'Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea. You won't see the show on your TV, so we talk about things musically. 'Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea. You're listening to Jams and Tea.
Welcome, everybody, to the Jams and Tea podcast, where we spin the jams and spill the tea. And today is a very special day.
Is it?
I lied. It's not special. This is like every other episode of the podcast so far. But today, we are here to cover the new album by one Miss Phoebe Bridgers, Punisher. We are here to cover the new album by the band Sports Team. Please remind me of this album name because it's weird.
Happy.
Deep Down Happy. And then we are going to move on to Morgan's recommended album club. What the fuck did we call this?
Listening club.
I think it's just
Listening club.
I thought it was just record club.
Record club. Whatever. His pick for the third album we will cover.
You're doing great, honey. You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you. I am also a little bit sick, so please, I probably don't. I probably don't have the coronavirus, but that remains to be seen. So
It's a little bit
fun time.
sick.
And speaking of sick, Morgan's recommended album is
I'm
Colors.
gonna light Jake on fire so he can be lit.
Set him on fire immediately.
I guess that means
you
I
beat
guess
me
that
to
means
it,
I would
August.
die lit.
No, I'm talking about Lit, the pop punk band who did My Own Worst Enemy.
Oh, you're not
That's
talking about
worse,
Die Lit by
demonstrably.
Playboy Cardi.
I just
no.
said that. Now I know what it's like
Okay.
to be me.
And sorry, you were saying Morgan's recommended listening.
Morgan's
record club
recommended album this week is Colors by Between the Buried and Me, the fourth album from the acclaimed progressive metal / metalcore-esque group.
Or as
Baby.
I like to call them, Batam.
But bam.
But bam.
But bam. But we are
As
going to
no one
start
is
off
calling it.
this week by talking about the records we have been listening to this week. And does anybody want to go first?
Before we get to that, though, I want to shout
yes.
out the fact that, as you will have seen on our Twitter, if you're following our Twitter page,
And if you're not, why not?
yeah, exactly.
This again.
This bloody noise.
Ah! Son of a bitch.
All right. So if you're following our Twitter page, you will have seen that we've announced that we're going to be doing a greatest album of all time bracket. So what that is on a special episode next weekend, we're going to be the five of us are going to be kind of facing off to contribute 20 albums each towards a 100 album shortlist, basically, of albums we consider to be among the greatest that we've ever heard. Or among the greatest generally, and what's going to happen is that we're going to structure a bracket so that all these albums will face off against each other in terms of Twitter polls, and so you guys as listeners and as Twitter users will get to vote for the albums that you prefer in each matchup, and we'll steadily kind of narrow the pool until we have quarterfinals, semifinals, and then obviously the big face-off at the end to determine what is, of course, objectively the greatest album of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Entirely scientifically proven to be.
And
by
just
Twitter.
so we can narrow down the objectivity even more, we've excluded, the records that are already objectively the best of all time, like OK Computer, and really anything from the Rate Your Music.
The Rim Core.
Yeah. So we're gonna be excluding the top 10 on Rate Your Music, just the top 10, purely for the sake of trying to avoid a case where one album just runs away with it immediately.
Yeah.
So it'll make things a little bit more interesting, I think. We'll have a little bit more.
Yeah, we want this to be
competition going on.
fun.
We want this to be fun,
Yeah.
exactly. We want the matchups to be tough, and we want there to be lots of engagement and lots of people having fun with it. So yeah, look out for that.
Yeah.
Go
Wait,
follow
the episode,
all of us on Twitter, and go follow the podcast's
Yeah.
official Twitter account at JamsTPod for that.
And if you
Well
think
said.
that an episode of selecting 100 albums sounds boring, we've engineered like a fun game
around
Yes.
us.
We're going to make it fun.
It'll be fun.
My trivia questions are difficult.
So we're going to be testing each other's knowledge of music in general in order to decide who gets to make selections for the top 100. So it'll be really fun. It'll be really cool, and you'll be able to test your own trivia knowledge as well. As we ask the questions next week.
You don't get to put albums in the poll if you get questions right.
No, although if we do miss anything egregious, then I'm sure people will be adding us on Twitter and saying, like, how could you leave
Can't
this
wait.
out? And engagement is good. So,
How could you forget about OK Computer? Why is it not here?
Okay.
Well, now we are going to talk about what we have been listening to this week.
My first choice is the Alita Battle Angel official soundtrack.
Of course.
God.
Of course. Well, I mean,
Fuck you.
so much
There is
for
no
competition.
escape. There is no escape.
Anyway, I deem that today we move clockwise in our little arrangement here for how we talk about.
What? Everyone has a different one, though, right?
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
you
I didn't know
fucking
that at
deem
all.
What, bitch?
But I guess since Tyler is recording, it will be from his perspective.
Yeah. So
Kill
Tyler,
me.
you direct.
For what we have been listening to this week before we get into the albums. So Tyler, who is going first?
I'll go first. Fuck it.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, bitch.
notably, so I listened to a few things, mostly stuff for the podcast, but notably, just after we recorded last weekend's podcast, I spent a couple of days listening to The Caretakers' Everywhere at the End of Time.
Yep.
Which, if you're unaware, The Caretaker is a kind of plunderphonics artist who takes kind of samples of old kind of jazz music and like old kind of like old time music from like the 20s and 30s, and basically just like uses those samples to construct ambient worlds, and not necessarily always ambient either, but like he repurposes those samples in an interesting way to evoke certain feelings or to construct a musical world based around a concept. Basically, that's what he does with that particular project. And so what Everywhere at the End of Time is that it's what it was a series of albums, released 6 records, released every 6 months from the end of 2016 to the beginning of 2019. And basically the concept behind the record is that the music is intended to simulate the experience of gradually developing dementia, basically. So it's not very cheery. The concept is quite dark. So what it is so basically each record is intended to they're not even like part 1 to 6, it's their stage 1 to stage 6 basically. And so what it does is with each record you get basically the same samples and the same kind of sonic toolkit is repurposed in a different way in each record to evoke the sensation of memory loss, of loss of awareness, of the experience basically of your brain degrading in real time. And it's difficult. It's a difficult.
That sounds god fucking awful.
It's a like
6 hours long.
It's 6.5 hours long, and what it is the first 3 stages are 40-minute records, and then the final 3 stages are 90-minute records, and yeah, it's basically like already your interest in this will, I suppose, depend on your interest in conceptual art, but I will say that the greatest credit to this project is that it's not simply admirable and interesting from a conceptual perspective, it's actually really fucking fascinating to listen to, like in real time, because there's a lot of sonic density in this project, even though the Caretaker is working from the same basic toolkit of samples. It's thrilling to see a single sample repurposed at a different point later in the series in an unexpected way. Basically what it does is the first part is the first stage is basically just very akin to his other records, where it's heavily reverbed and strangely mixed samples, but gradually it becomes more and more drony, more and more noisy, and just words can't really do justice to the sonic progression of the record, but conceptually it's gripping, because you're always wondering, like, because it's gripping because we know what we know about what dementia is and what it does to the brain. So it's fascinating seeing how exactly the caretaker progresses this conceptual idea from project to project, to the point where the final project is basically, the final stage is basically the sound of an empty mind and a dying mind, basically.
Yeah. I mean, you said that like your interest in this will depend on your like tolerance for conceptual art, and like I normally don't get along with a lot of records that you refer to as conceptual art records, but this sounds, I won't listen to this right now.
It's incredibly poignant, and the thing is as well, it's a sensitive, it's not like a project that is approaching dementia as pure fascination, or as like something that's interesting as a artifact. Like it's sensitive to the actual real life consequences and implications of the disease. Like it's not just something that's adopting it for aesthetic purposes, not at all. Like the entire MO of this project, the guy behind the project, Leyland Kirby, it's not his only musical project, but this particular project is basically solely devoted to exploring this particular theme of the degradation and dying of the mind, basically, in all sorts of different ways. And this is kind of basically the thing that project has built up to, is this construction. So it's really engaging for what it is. I was surprised at how engaging it was, even though like long stretches of it, specifically in the final three stages, like there's not what you would call much conventional musical development. It is essentially, in terms of genre tags, it's essentially drone music. So I mean, if you find drone music intolerable, regardless of the concept, you probably won't enjoy it. But it's a fantastic. It really like there's so much detail in terms of what's going on, and the thing is, you can pick out constantly throughout the pieces. You can pick out production decisions, and you think about them, and in thinking about them, you can see that they're all purposefully related to the concept. And so it's really, really like engaging for me in that sense, and that every aspect of the sound is contributing to something towards an overall theme. So yeah, I highly recommend it. It is a gauntlet. It took me 2 days to get through, and it probably like even that was a push. And I will say as well that by the time you get to the final two stages, like it's genuinely like psychologically difficult to experience, because it's very tough. Like it's like when I finished, it was just like, yeah, it was difficult to process and move on to anything else after it was done. But it was an incredibly rewarding piece of art as well. Like I got a lot out of it, and I would strongly recommend it to anyone who's interested in that kind of thing.
Could you send it to me if that's okay?
Yeah, I can do that. I'll definitely do that.
Okay.
But yeah, so that was basically the main thing I listened to in the last week, besides what we're about to discuss.
6 hours of material. That's a lot to handle.
Yeah. It's definitely the sort of thing
you spoke about it really beautifully. So.
Well, I think it helps that I've had quite a while to think about it, and for it just to kind of, sit with it. And then the longer I sit with it, the more that I appreciate it for what it is. But anyway, I might have listened to a couple of other records, but I don't really think after that anything else I've listened to is worth mentioning. But yeah, that it was it's definitely like not just, even though I only spent 2 days listening to it, it's been like I've been thinking about it ever since. So it's basically been my week musically.
I just love listening to people be passionate about things.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Makes me want to listen to it right now and subject myself to 6 hours of pure torment.
Yeah. Quite.
Well, like, it's very beautiful as well. Like, it's not just
cool.
painful; it's incredibly beautiful.
No, sure.
Anyway, yeah.
Hey, who's up next, Tyler?
Morgan.
Oh, okay.
Said that like my grandfather. Okay, then.
Okay.
Whoa!
Well, these kids listen to music and things.
Well,
Back in my day, I only listened to the sound of rocks hitting the ground.
You had rocks hitting ground. Sorry.
y'all finished.
No.
May I proceed?
Yes,
Thank
you may,
this episode
darling.
is so chaotic already.
Thank you. Mostly just been the only thing I've been listening to with any kind of focus is the discography of Everything, which that might be a hint about something that's going on a little bit later. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I've been listening to songs by the Twilight Sad.
Oh.
And
did you just do the Antonio Banderas gif?
No, I did half of it. Like,
it was so perfect.
Was that intentional?
it was not intentional at first, but I lean into it. Yeah, I'm just Morgan is doing Tyler Core, so I have to physically respond.
The Tyler Core sad.
The only album of theirs I've heard in full is Nobody Wants to Be Here and Nobody Wants to Leave.
Mm-hmm.
But I do intend on getting through all of their discography sometime here soon, once I have something more, pretty much once I have everything off my plate. The only thing that comes to mind besides that is I've been listening to some songs off of 69 Love Songs by the Magnetic Fields. I haven't listened to that in full because it's, let me look at it here. It's 3 hours long.
Oh, jeez.
69.
It's called 69. It's called 69 Love Songs, and it is a literal title.
Yeah, it's a great record.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel like I can trace the existence of the National back to this album, almost on whole.
Their
like
early
specifically
stuff is definitely cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, like especially like I Don't Want to Get Over You and All My Little Words.
Yeah.
There's a sort of like strange lyricism to the Magnetic Fields that comes across to me as very Berninger-esque.
Yeah,
but
also like the Magnetic Fields guy, the guy behind the Magnetic Fields, Stephen Merritt, his records are like often always really conceptual and in an interesting way like that. Like a few years ago, he dropped a record called 50 Song Memoir, which was literally 50 songs, one for each year of his life because he just turned 50, and it was like basically a song about every year that he'd been alive. So he does, like, under the Magnetic Fields name, they do like pretty much all their stuff is conceptual in a really interesting way. But 69 Love Songs is the best and the most well-known one.
Yeah. That's about all from me.
Cool. So August next.
Oh boy. Well, of course, there's been I guess, to kind of give away something, of course, I've been listening to the discography of Everything, which has been a bit of a chore, not in the sense that the records are awful spoilers,
yeah, sure.
but in the sense that it's listening to the same artist, like, I don't know, like 7 times a day.
Wait till we get prepping for the Metallica one.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But what aside from that, I listened to the new Abnormal on cassette, and I bring this up because I don't know if this is a problem with my like particular tape or my cassette deck.
The album sounds like shit.
No, it's not that it sounds like shit. It's that like the whole thing is like a higher like pitched higher than the digital version of the album. Like it's really weird. It sounds like the audio engineer behind the cassette tape had heard the previous Strokes records and was like, "Oh, their file must have fucked up. Let me raise the pitch on this." And it sounds so weird because the like more sultry parts of Casablancas' voice on that album sound really odd, and it was just it was like listening to something I was so familiar with, but in a way that just was completely unfamiliar.
Yeah.
So that was a really weird experience. But
that's funny because that's like their most well-produced album, like by some distance. So it's really funny to me that it was the one that got fucked up on the cassette.
No, yeah, which is so weird.
Have you tried it on like multiple players?
I have only used one cassette deck, and I'm gonna try it on another, like after the podcast, just to make sure. But
that's if everything else you play through that cassette deck sounds fine, then
yeah, like I play a lot of Metallica stuff through there, and that sounds really beefy and present and really nice.
I love it when my music sounds present.
I was going to say beefy.
The music is here. I can hear it. It's there.
You all poke fun, but we have all definitely heard albums where the music is not present.
Yeah,
it's true.
But one other quick thing I've been listening to, I went back and listened to the first 2 Boards of Canada records.
Ooh, nice.
Those are really, I love them a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I would figure as a fellow Bleep fan.
Mm-hmm.
That's been my week.
Boards of Canada are like one of the best bands you could choose to get into electronic music because they're so friendly.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
Awesome. Okay, well, next up is Saoirse.
Well, speaking of the National, I'm just going to say that all of the wine is all for me.
Yeah.
It's all for me.
Yeah.
That was the first National song I ever heard, actually.
It's one of their best songs. It's like top 5 for me. I love that song.
Yeah, because someone tweeted out a lyric from it and was just like, "This is the best thing I've ever heard," and it was a line, "I'm a perfect piece of ass like every Californian."
So to always take over the
streets. Just one of my...
I have spent my whole teenagehood almost trying to figure out what the "I'm a birthday cake in a circle of black girls" lines mean. Like, what can someone... Does anyone have any idea?
Cut to that Will Ferrell clip of him going, "Nobody knows what it means. It just gets the people going."
I mean, sure enough, but...
Right. Well, anyway, I've listened to a lot of music this week. It's interesting. Since I started doing this podcast, a lot of my musical choices have been driven by 2 things that are podcast related. The first of which is, this will be interesting to talk about on the podcast. And the second one is, like, now I do a podcast where I review albums, I need to, like, expand my palette a bit more. So that's what a lot of... so I have a list of 17 records I've listened to this week, and I'm going to burn through it quickly. I've organized the artists alphabetically and then every album within that. If I feel like there's something I want to comment on quickly, I will. If you guys feel like you want to chip in at any point, please do. A lot of these are re-listens as well. So first of all, against me, as the Eternal Cowboy and Shapeshift with Me, Ben Folds, Rockin' the Suburbs.
Yeah! Yeah!
Good stuff.
Carly Rae Jepsen's Emotion. Amazing album, one of the best pop albums I've heard in a long time. The sax solo on "Run Away with Me" should be illegal.
Iconic.
As like a drug.
Iconic.
Yeah, it is.
Did you pronounce it as Carly Rae Jepsen?
Yeah, I was coming on that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Viewers, don't forget the whole purpose of this podcast is to make fun of each other, not to review albums.
Yeah, that's true. That's
I mean, it was also a legitimate question. I was just confused.
Carly Rae Jepsen. It's the Johansson thing.
Well, I've heard her say her own name, and it's Jepsen. So. I mean,
it is I, Carlos Ray Jepsen.
It was just a new one on me.
Carlos Ray Jepsen, didn't he make some Mexican New Wave films? Anyway, Dua Lipa, Future Nostalgia. I liked it, but Good and Bad is a fucking yikes of a song.
Oh yeah, I have mixed feelings on that album as a whole, honestly. But
Front half is great though.
Has some good songs.
Great.
It's only gotten worse with time, though.
I agree. It was just really weirdly overhyped immediately, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
And everyone was saying like, "Oh, it's the next Emotion," like they do with every pop album that is ever good ever.
I choose singles that were released.
It's a solid 7.
The record.
Yeah.
And I choose to blame Cole Duffy for this almost single-handedly.
And we have lost another listener.
When I went on the music board app thing after listening to it, and I saw he'd given it like a 9, I was like, really? Like, it's good.
I remember listening to it because he called it the next Emotion. I was like, oh wow, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah.
I mean, Physical is one of the best pop songs all year, but
it's the next Emotion in the sense that I like it, but I don't like it nearly as much as other people like it.
It's as good as Dedicated Side B.
I've done this on Twitter already, but I would love someday to have a debate about Emotion because I think that is a perfect example of a record that has an immaculate first half and a much worse second half.
I can see why you would say that, but I don't know if I
think you're a big old loser, and I don't like you.
I think I agree.
All right.
Well, shut up, August. You'd give that album like a 3.
Anyway, Saoirse, what's your next album?
Everything, Arc and Man Alive. Arc is like the closest to a fucking like. It's not the closest I've heard to a perfect record this week, but because we will get to that later. But there is a reason to love every song on Arc. There was a song called. Sorry,
you go. Please finish.
What's the second to last song in it called again? The Peaks.
The Peaks.
The Peats. Peats.
That
song was like
KS, like
as in twin.
Very good. Well, that was a song. I was looking at the track list and I was like, this is like over 5 minutes long, I think. This might be a slow, and it's the slowest burn on the album, but I think because of the slow burn, it's the best song on the album, in my opinion. It's just really good album. There's a reason to love every song, but I love that.
I just wanted to say that it's super. I won't get into this because we've already announced on Twitter we are going to do an everything episode. But I do want to say just now that it's very pleasing to me that you enjoy Arc as much as you do, because it genuinely seems to be like the least beloved of their albums.
Yeah, so all I will say on that subject for now is that's bizarre to me. I don't.
It does have some really amazing songs on it, and there are some songs on that record that I would be really pissed off if people don't enjoy in this group.
Even it's just so good.
Yeah, it has some great.
You can tell it's the album. You can tell it's the album between Man Alive and the one that everyone loves. Yeah. You can tell they're about to really step up, which is great. I also listened to the Gnarls Barkley record, Saint Elsewhere, because I really like the song Crazy, and I was like, where did that come from? It's a bad album, don't listen to it. I listened to
enticing. I should listen to it.
I listened to Kanye West's The Life of Pablo, which is a bad album, don't listen to it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's terrible.
It's one of the most frustrating records I've listened to in a long time, mainly because of the instrumentals. It keeps threatening to be great, and it keeps being bad.
I feel like we as a culture don't talk enough about how the song Wolves is one of the most god-awful ear sores
It's
that
not
I've ever heard. Like, it's so bad.
Sorry to the listeners of this podcast, but with this podcast is firmly an anti-Era
What if Mary
Kanye
was in the club and she met Joseph in the club?
Oh god, but the line about the hooker's bleached arsehole is like the worst line I've heard on a song forever.
I'm having the PTSDs. I don't.
Yeah.
I've heard that album once.
This Kanye West album, it's not good. Explosions.
Anyway,
King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, 12 Bar Blues, which Jake told me was their debut. In Your Mind Fuzz, which is a fucking perfect record.
Yeah, that
sounded
was awesome.
What did you just say? What was the album called?
In Your Mind Fuzz.
Oh, okay. I just heard, for some reason, I heard Feel My Fuzz.
No.
I wouldn't put it past them to release an album called that. I mean,
but then I also listened to Willoughby's Beach, which is their actual debut.
Interesting.
It came out before, because Jake told me listen to 12 Bar Blues, it's their debut, and I looked it up and they had another album that's their debut, so I was like, well, I'll listen to that. I listened to Laura Jane Grace's solo record, Brought to Rot, which is good but disappointingly fine. There's a song on there called Manic Depression, which I love, but the live version is so much better. I listened to Lord's Melodrama, which I loved. I listened to Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, Let Love In, and Murder Ballads.
Let Love In, perfect album. Love it.
Murder Ballads is almost a perfect album. There are a couple of songs I thought were like kind of too long, but only like two. The album is so good. I like it more than Let Love In, but I love both of them. And I listened to Run the Jewels' RTJ3, so.
Hell yeah.
That was my week in music.
That was a very illustrious week.
Yeah, seriously.
Murder Ballads is comfortably mid-tier Nick Cave for me, and it's still like a strong 8.
You're a comfortably mid-tier person.
Oh! I gave it a strong 8, you cunt.
Sorry, that was actually, as I was saying that, I realized that was a bit too mean.
Mid-tier.
I mean, I gave it a light 9. Are you gonna shit on me for it? That's not even far away from what
you didn't give it a 15 out of 48, you nerd.
well, joke's on you. I haven't heard it in full.
15 out of 48. Is that a Tool time signature?
Pushes up glasses. It's actually 94 out of 100.
August has a ukulele now.
And he was muted. I love this bit.
All right, so that just means Jake is left.
Yeah.
I am the last survivor. Okay, I will pull up my list here.
Oh, just so you sent me the album.
Other than...
Oh, yeah, I did. Sorry.
Tyler sent me the album. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. You're welcome.
Other than the 3 albums we have been listening to this week, like 2 of which I've listened to like once every day pretty comfortably. I listened to, at the behest of Tyler, I listened to Apple Venus Volume 1 by XTC.
Yeah, you did too.
And it was gorgeous. A flawlessly produced album. I think it maybe has like 1 or 2 slightly weak spots, but like I don't know why that album isn't like more further discussed. Like just because it's a later era XTC album, I suppose is the reason. And I'm actually eager to listen to Volume 2. I can't remember what that one's called, but I'm.
Volume 2 is like, it's so funny because Apple Venus is maybe my favorite XTC record. It's up there anyway. It's tied. And then Volume 2 is like literally their worst album. It's a real shame.
Well, I'm
it sounds nothing like
because...
it sounds nothing like Volume 1 at all.
Really?
I'll just say that. It's a complete
XTC
shift.
are just one of those bands where they could like when I go into an XTC album, I go in with no expectation because I'm like, this could sound like fucking anything.
All I will say is that if you want to devote your time to listening to another XTC record, I would just seriously urge you to pick a different one. Because that is fair. It won't help any feelings you have about the band because it is their worst album.
Well,
too.
Apple Venus is great. I think it's a really good album. I went and did a back-to-back listen of the Mount Erie albums, Lost Wisdom and Lost Wisdom Part 2.
Oh, is that the one that sounds like My Beautiful Dream Ended?
What?
What? No.
It's the Mount Erie record. We made the joke about Mount Erie.
Oh, no. Well, first of all, I didn't say it sounded like that. I said thematically. Excuse you.
Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah.
I compared it to
Dream Ended.
It's also not the name of the Fair Abraham album.
But no, the Mount Erie record in question came out. Was it 20? It was 2019, wasn't it?
My beautiful dark teenage dream ended.
That was my
Is that a
joke.
My Chemical Romance song?
But I listened to part one.
Can you not?
Okay.
Can you
I
fucking
listened.
not? Like, for real.
No, I'll stop.
Tyler, when did part one come out? Like in comparison to part two? Because part two was like
Apple
what,
Venus?
last year?
Wait,
No, Lost Wisdom. Mount Erie.
Lost Wisdom came out in the mid 2000s. It was like shortly after the Mount Erie name was at first adopted. I think it was like 2005 maybe. And then
I listened
Lost
to
Wisdom 2
that
was new.
for the first time, and I listened to Lost Wisdom Part 2 for like the 18th time because that was one of my favorite albums that year. But I finally listened to them back to back, and I prefer Part 2, but both of them I think are vastly underappreciated albums in Mount Erie's catalog. Like absolutely fucking awesome.
I think Part 2 is one of Phil's best projects in general.
I do too. It is it's very much tinged by A Crow Looked at Me, except without like the overwhelming darkness of that album. So I think as a
musical project, as a musical statement, like it's better and more compellingly composed than Crow Looked at Me and Now Only. Even though those records, the last two before that, I really like them both a lot. I think that as an album, as a listening experience, musically, Lost Wisdom 2 is a stronger record.
I kind of agree. I think the dual vocals on that album also really help it. Is it
Julie Dwarant?
What's her name?
I don't know if I'm saying her name right.
Julie Dwarant. She's also very good. Yeah, I don't either. So we could both get that wrong. But I also, in preparation for the Everything episode, listened to Man Alive again, which I really like. I listened to both the most recent Lamb of God and my favorite Lamb of God album, which is As the Palaces Burn,
but FYI,
which I found was produced by Devin Townsend.
Listeners, we're reviewing the new Lamb of God next week.
Yes,
that's correct.
Which is why I was listening to it. And As the Palaces Burn is a fucking incredible album. It is unhinged as fuck, and it's so heavy, and it's fantastic. It's a great groove metal album. And I listened to the soundtrack of Silent Hill 2 by Akira Yamaoka, which is just one of my favorite things. Yeah,
so
Tyler listened to that as well.
I forgot to mention that when I was talking, but yeah, I did listen to that.
It's like, I don't have anything else significant to bring up after my Dementia album.
I didn't have my list in front of me, and I was too busy thinking about that record. But no, I liked Silent Hill 2, the soundtrack, a lot. It was really gorgeous.
It's one of my favorite ambient movies. No, we're not going to talk about that.
I've seen the first movie, though.
We're never going to talk about Silent Hill Revelations, ever, which is why moving on to the fact that I re-listened to one of my favorite records of all time, Porcupine Tree's Lightbulb Sun, just because I have just finished my top 150 favorite records of all time list, and I needed to get back to that because it's a huge blind spot of mine, and I still absolutely fucking adore that album. It's a shame. It's like it's come so close to being Fear of a Blank Planet, but doesn't quite get there just because of the cohesiveness of Fear of a Blank Planet and the more uniform sound. I feel like there's just like I feel Fear of a Blank Planet is the stronger album, but it's the Lightbulb Sun is the more casual listen and has some of their better songs on it, I think. It's also a great entry to the band. I listened to Meliora by Ghost, which is one of my favorite metal albums of the last decade. Fucking perfect from front to back. Even the deluxe edition tracks fucking rip. Like I never get tired of that fucking album. And I listened to Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly again, just because it had been far too long since I had visited that record. I'm notable for saying that I slightly prefer that one to Good Kid, Mad City, only slightly, which I know is a very Fantano core fucking pick of me there.
We mentioned him
what can
way
I say?
Too much on this podcast.
I mean, he's the most prominent voice in music criticism. It's kind of hard not to.
No.
But yeah, I did that. I also, and sort of in the vein of, it's not like even really remotely comparable, I'm sure, in like true execution, but I went through a similar experience that Tyler did with the Caretaker albums, and I listened to 2 albums from a doom metal slash like a blackened doom metal album, a black metal, I think, duo, I think they are, maybe trio. Bell Witch, who released one of my favorite albums called Mirror Reaper, which was made after the death of the drummer of the band, who died, I think, tragically of cancer. And it's an album that is just purely about grief, and it's a very slow, sludgy descent of an album. It's one song. It's like an hour and a half long, and it is a trial by fire album to put yourself through. And I had been meaning to get to their other projects just because I wanted to see how they went. And I listened to the Four Phantoms as well of theirs, which is a concept album where there are 4 songs on it, each of them about 20 minutes long, and they all represent one of the 4 elements. And each of them kind of explores this different sonic doom metal palette for each one. And it's great. It's if you're into that kind of like slower kind of music, I highly recommend it. It's the biggest, like, you might try your patience, especially on the second track, which is the fire track, which is a bit more underwhelming than I wanted it to be, but the fucking water and air segments blow it out of the park.
The fire's not quite lit, is it?
I mean, look, you joke, but you're not wrong. I can't say that. I re-listened to
I was just going to say, it doesn't really matter now. I was going to say, Morgan heard the words metal and concept, and like his ears started burning.
I'd also just recommend looking into the guy who did, or he didn't do the album artwork, but it's his artwork the album covers are inspired by, especially the Mirror Reaper one. Like the cover to Bell Witch's Mirror Reaper is one of my favorite album covers like ever. It's inspired by, I believe, the Russian artist Zdzislaw Belinsky, some fucking name. Him.
We call him Comrade from now on.
Comrade. Look into his work. I re-listened to Backwash's God Has Nothing to Do with This, Leave Him Out of It, which I still fucking love. I watched Phoebe Bridgers do a What's in My Bag episode.
That's good.
And I listened to 2 of the albums she talked about. I listened to Beginners by Christian Lee Hudson, which was okay. Nice bit of light Elliott Smith core music. Very well produced by her. Just, nothing about it is really like separates it from other singer-songwriter records.
That whole episode was like Phoebe Bridgers likes Elliott Smith. Yeah, I know. Music. Well, what is this?
Well, we have more than enough material to talk about that later. And I also listened to The Lamb by La 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 La, which was great. If you like the band Always, the Dream Pop act, especially their most recent album Antisocialites, which is a fucking stellar dream pop album. Listen to that. It's very good. And I also re-listened to Melodrama by Lorde and found it fantastic. So Saoirse and I are in that camp. And just to please Saoirse, I had been putting this off for a while just because the first record of this band I enjoyed, or I was disappointed by, so it kind of made me put off. And there was discussion on Twitter around one of the songs that they made that made me curious to visit the album it's from. So I listened to Tallahassee by the Mountain Goats, which I loved. And
it's so good.
Just exceptional album. I love it to pieces.
Wow.
It's great.
We're gonna be discussing it next week too.
What was the album you were disappointed by before?
Goths. I tried it.
It's not as good as people say it is.
I like the opening track of that album a lot, and then just kind of
Andrew
everything
Eldritch,
after.
Yeah. Andrew Eldritch is great off that album. Basically, the singles on that album are really good, but that album itself is painfully
Tallahassee is fucking spectacular, and the song "No Children" is like God, that is an angry fucking song. That, I listened to that and I was just like, is John Darnielle like, is he okay? Like,
well, it's
dude.
interesting you say that, and we're gonna talk about this next week, of course. But the album, like, it's not about John Darnielle, and he makes it clear about all of his albums is that the characters in his songs are not him. But,
that I'm familiar with.
Tallahassee specifically is every song is about the same fictional couple who live in Tallahassee. In fact, on the podcast he did, he talked about the fact that Tallahassee was really hard for him to finish because he was just like, every time we went back to this couple, he was just punishing them and making them sad, and that's just like, that's hard, you know.
It sounds like a song that would be a needle drop in a Charlie Kaufman movie. Like, it would just make a whole lot of sense. Like, that's how I would explain the appeal of that.
I mean, the reason I want to talk about Tallahassee next week is it's not my favorite Mountain Goats album. That's All Hell West Texas. Yeah. But it is 100% the most accessible entry point into the band.
Yeah, as somebody, I have been like absolutely like inhaling singer-songwriter music, and I was just like, I might as well do this. I completely forgot it was up on the docket for next week. It just completely slipped my mind.
Yeah, Jake, I could definitely see Jake. I could definitely see you getting into that 2000s era Mountain Goats like real hard. I could see you like.
I'm very excited.
Era. I'm gonna say it's their best era. Like,
it's the only era I'm familiar with
like,
that I've
All Hell West Texas is next on the.
Well, All Hell West Texas was the one before Tallahassee, I think. But basically, I can't remember which album comes last. But the run through like All Hell West Texas to Tallahassee to We Shall All Be Healed and Heretic Pride and Under
Sunset Tree too.
Something Tree.
Sunset Tree.
Yeah, Sunset Tree. That, like, the period where they produced those 5 albums, it's just jaw-dropping that someone can have that much talent in that short amount of time.
Yeah. I'm eager to get into them, and that's basically all I've got for this week. Because the albums I have been listening to a lot to are the ones we are about to talk about. And which one is up first on the...
You switch.
Bridges.
Okay, let's do
this.
Who wants to introduce Bridges?
Who do we think should introduce this?
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go, Jake.
Okay. So Phoebe Bridgers, notable recent singer-songwriter talent and affiliated with the singer-songwriter group Boy Genius that consists of her, Julian Baker, and Lucy Dacus, which I love. I love the Boy Genius EP a whole lot. And I love Julian Baker a whole lot. Her album,
August
Sprained Ankle. Yeah, I mean, that only makes sense. I mean, this is probably what he planned. But she released her debut album in 2017, I believe, Stranger in the Alps, which was an album that I actually was fairly massively looking forward to because Morgan sent me the song Smoke Signals, which is one of my favorite songs, like, period, point blank. And he was just like, I'm excited for this. And when the record finally came out,
I sent it to him, and I was like, I love it so much.
I remember listening to it quite vividly. I was working at a drugstore at the time, and I listened to that song, and I was just there at the counter like, oh.
I mean, did you see Phoebe Bridgers there?
I mean, I feel like that would be an anecdote in one of her songs. But when the album finally came out, it did not disappoint. One of my favorite albums from that year. And I will also say, not that it's like, not a beloved record, at least in terms of like it's a very popular indie girl record, but it's one of my favorite albums ever, and it very much grew on me just because Phoebe has a very particular sound, a very moody combination of the songwriting of Elliott Smith, and I often describe her production as sounding like it comes from the show Twin Peaks. Just like the bass and Smoke Signals, like Hand to God, is in the Twin Peaks theme song. Like, I almost think it might be based off of a sample. Like, it's so close. I need to isolate that just for my own curiosity.
I'll go ahead. Album. It isn't, but
it's close.
It's definitely inspired by that sound.
Yeah. And so, of course, naturally, since she's somebody we pay attention to, we were highly anticipating her new album, Punisher.
Mm-hmm.
And now it is here, the sophomore effort, and we have all listened to it pretty extensively. I'm going to go ahead and estimate that around 80% of our total listening time of the past 5 to 7 days has been this album, just the four of us.
It's the album I've had on repeat. It's the album I've listened to the most amount of times for this podcast.
I listened to it 3 times the day it came out, and at least one time, at least, every day since. And not to mention, I feel like I might be giving it away a bit here, but I'm not going to mince words or anything. But I do have the vinyl right here.
Your lighting,
that's
just a black
very
square.
well, just because the lighting is terrible. It's a dark album cover, and yeah, here it is.
Oh, there she
you
is.
See that?
There she is.
Phoebe in a skeleton costume, and I own the record. So as you might have guessed, I'm a small bit of a fan. But in order to talk about this in the way I think we should, I would like to save my particular segment, not for last, because I think we've all communally agreed that August is going to go last on this segment for reasons that will remain apparent. But before August, I'm going to save my segment second to last, and I'm going to turn it over to whoever feels like wanting to introduce this album in a more formal way. Because I cannot do it justice, frankly.
I'll have a go, I suppose.
Go ahead, by all means.
I feel like after Jake, I've been the most vocal about my intense love for this album. My history with Phoebe Bridgers is pretty minimal. I listened to Stranger in the Alps when people on Twitter were still going crazy about it, and I listened to it once. I didn't quite get it. I'm gonna go back and listen to it again because I love this album so much, and I've grown up a lot since I listened to that album.
Maybe you can stop having bad opinions now.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
Sipping that juice.
It would be nice if I could stop having bad takes. I would like it too. But basically, the first time I listened to this album, there was something holding me back from it that's since gone. And I think what it was I was just so shocked that someone made an album so specifically for me as a person. I feel like it
co-signed, big co-signed.
Yeah, I feel the first time I listened to it, it was like I didn't quite engage with it because I was just like, this music is everything I've been listening to for the last 5 years condensed into one tone, and I think that shock just stopped me really engaging with it. But that's worn off because this is my favorite album of the year so far. I'm really sorry, Backwash. The opening DVD menu is a wonderful piece of
tone setter,
a sort of dark mood piece. I don't normally go for instrumental things as much as this song, but I love it in part because it is so integral to the structure of the rest of the album. A core theme, a core aesthetic theme in this album is the juxtaposition of aesthetic beauty with a tonal and thematic darkness. And I go crazy for that shit. I feel like something I've been doing a lot is talking about the individual lines and last tracks as ways to introduce my opinion to the album. And I'm going to do it again because part of why I love this album is that it doesn't give up all of its secrets until the last track. And the last track really ties all of the themes together in a way that makes it, as an album, incredibly satisfying. There is one line in the final song that really resonated with me called I'm Not Gonna Go Down With My Hometown. And there are other lines as well. But basically, it touches on really clearly this recurring theme in the album of pushing through hard times and feeling ready to attack the world again with a renewed sense of passion and energy. And I feel like that's a place I am in my life right now. I just graduated from university. Well, I haven't graduated yet. It's been put off because of COVID. But I should now have graduated from university. And the last 12 months of my life, and keep in mind, I have had some very, very dark patches in my life. The last 12 months have been some of the hardest I've ever had. And I kind of resonate with the idea of like, well, that's done. I have pushed through that. There's a line where it's like, I lived through this period for this moment now. I'm paraphrasing, but
I don't know how, but I'm taller.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not to interrupt or anything, but I just want to preface this entire segment of the podcast as we're going to be very personal when we talk about this album. I think that's just
it's
kind of something
not to be,
going to.
It's a very personal album.
Go ahead. I just wanted to make that abundantly clear.
No, good on you for doing that. I'm going to try and steer away from any specifically triggering elements. They might come up. I tend not to rewatch the podcast because I hate hearing myself talk about things. But I don't know if we put on the content warnings for some of the content we talked about with black dresses last week.
I put it in the description
this week. Thank you. So the last song ties that together really beautifully. There are other wonderful themes that are recurring in the album, such as an almost Vonnegutian blending of past and present, and those two elements existing together in the same space. I feel like Slaughterhouse 5 and this album are the two texts that best capture what it is like to live fourth dimensionally, almost.
Yeah.
Because Slaughterhouse 5 explains it intellectually really well. This album is what it's like to feel that, you know. Mm-hmm. There's a wonderful line in Kyoto where she's like, they still have phone booths.
Yeah.
And that's such a throwaway line, but it captures that element actually really well, where it's like the past is colliding into the present. They don't really have, they do over here because they just didn't get rid of them. But I don't know about other places, but it's an element where your perception of the future is interrupted by your traumas and microaggressions and things that just bring you back to the past. I would also reference the film and book of You Were Never Really Here in this aspect. The book's really great. It's different from the film, but one of the things is the book does is it explains to you the explicit backstory that's sort of hinted at in the film, but it goes between it in a similarly sort of Vonnegutian way, and it captures a way in which one small element can bring you back to a really key moment in your past, almost like in a Proustian way. If I'm just to talk about specific songs, I love Garden Song. This is the second song on the album, and the thing that immediately struck me was the EQing of the song. As someone who writes and records and produces my own music, I think a lot about EQing. I think this is the best EQ'd album of the year, maybe for the last few years. One of the things that really struck me about it was the fact that one of the first things I ever got taught about producing music when I was taking weekend lessons on it was you bring up the bass and the treble and you put a slight dip in the midtones. This album doesn't do that. This album lives in the midtones. This is where this album really flourishes, and that's something I've actually noticed about contemporary music. This is like the end point of that idea and like the best version of it. So one of the things that has been true of music that's come about in the streaming age is that it's engineered for high fidelity headphones. And midtones are really good for that. I know there's been a whole thing about bass, but midtones are great for high fidelity headphones, especially when, like this album does, your production is so immaculate and detailed, and you work in background sounds that come about for like half seconds at a time that just really complement the emotions. And what it does is it builds a timbre and a texture that makes it feels. One of the things I said about one of my favorite films about last year, Bait, is that it's like sticking your hand in a bucket full of black molten celluloid and feeling around inside it. And I feel like the same is true of this album, but it's like vinyls. You know, you melted down all of your vinyls, and you just stuck your hands in, and you can feel like the mushy molten plastic on your hands. It's good shit. There are also some amazing lines in Garden Song. It introduces many of the album's core themes in very explicit ways right up front. In fact, there's a line in this song that's referenced in the last song. I can't remember what it is, but it's there. One of my favorite things in it, because I could list so many lines from this album that I love. One of my favorite things in it is, it's a pretty oblique reference, but it says, I see your reflection in the waters next to this bridge, and I had to jump a fence to get to it, and it was one of those jumping the fence that I knew what I wanted. I was reading the lyrics on Genius Lyrics as I was listening to the song, and I clicked on that one out of curiosity, and it was like, this bridge is cordoned off to the public. You don't go on this bridge. She references a real life bridge, and just the idea of having in your song a bridge that the public aren't allowed to go to. You break the rules, you jump the fence to go to it, and then you know what you want in a song that's so explicitly queer. That touched me very deeply, with the symbolism of the bridge and the fence, and sort of the fact it's restricted off to the public and what that all means. It touched me very deeply. There's also very early on the line, she's like, in the future I'm going to wake up, I'm going to look up from my phone and see my wife. And as someone who is struggling very much at the moment with my sexuality and gender and transitioning to woman and being gay, that was, ouch, that hurt me, but thank you. There is a song in here that I cried on my last listen. I can't remember what it was, but they all could be. That's all really good. There's a lot of symbolism on the album of things leaving something physically there that reminds you of them. Like in the song Kyoto, there's stuff about chemtrails, and there's another song where they talk about a copycat killer with a chemical signature. That's a really recurring thing. That just really helps with the blending of the past and the present. And this album, I think, just really touches on sort of in the similar way. The sports team album that we're going to touch on also touches on a particularly contemporary ennui. This album, I think, does it better, even though I like the sports team album. And it's a different ennui, but it's one of like, so for example, the song Halloween, which is specifically about not wanting to have the life you have. She talks, this is Halloween, we could be anything. And she's describing such a horrible, miserable life outside of that. And at the same time, there are other songs about toxic relationships that you want to escape, but you stay, and toxic elements of your life that you want to escape, but you stay. And I think all of us can relate to, at the moment, wanting to have a slightly different life to the one you have, but you don't have a choice but to stay in the life you have. This is a recurring theme on the album, but even amongst all of this darkness, like I said, this aesthetic beauty, but there's something about the punishing emotions of this album, and the aesthetic beauty that produces an emotional juxtaposition that is in itself inherently beautiful. I would describe Tarkovsky movies in a similar way. Not that this is like a Tarkovsky film at all, but it's a similar idea.
In my head, it looks like one.
Yeah, I feel that. There are songs on this album that I feel are not as great as other songs. They are all great, but like I feel like I have less to unpack and spend time on with the title track than the other ones, for example. But it's still really good. I love Moon Song. I love Savior Complex. Savior Complex brings up a musical motif in the album that I love to bits, where it switches from really ethereal chord progressions that don't have a bunch of dissonance and it will step down to a major seventh. That's probably like the third or fifth chord in the scale. And what that does is it creates a real sense of progression amongst this ethereal beauty that really hooks you in. And in songs this sort of slow and folky and ethereal, it's quite hard to get a good hook in, and that's a really good recurring technique to do that. I was really reminded of Brand New Science Fiction on this album, like a lot.
Yep.
Another album I fucking adore. The lead singer in that band is a piece of shit, but I love that album. Rosemary's Baby is a great film. What can I do? Again, I love Graceland too. The story in that album is fucking heartbreaking about this girl who like leaves a mental institution and decides to attack life anew. Like I said, that's a recurring thing, getting through trauma and attacking life anew. There's a line where she's like, she could go home, but she's not going to. And that really epitomizes that idea for me. And in a way, that's one of the best things about this album, that it brings about these big ideas with real simple, straightforward poetry, and the way that like W.H. Auden did in his prime. Sorry, I'm talking about Auden and Proust with this album, but it's really good.
I mean,
really
it is immaculately written.
Yeah. And there was a line where it's like, we spent the last of our serotonin. And I think that is a really particularly contemporary idea of a lyric in a way that I kind of love. It's really relatable. And in a way that captures kind of like exactly what I love about this album. It's beautiful, but the idea is so contemporary and it doesn't mince words. It doesn't go for like overtly flowery language. He talks about having a pissing contest really explicitly at some point, and I love that this album can do that.
There's a bluntness to her lyrics that's very Elliott Smith in that regard. I think there's a way that like she builds a setting with that.
Yeah. She doesn't fuck around with lyricism that is more poetic than it needs to be, even if the music is itself like sonically poetic. Anyway, I feel like I've been pretentious about this album for too long. I'm gonna.
Oh, honey, it's nothing compared to what I got in my notes.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
No,
I've said what I have to say.
This is going to be a big old circle jerk, to be quite honest with you.
I mean, frankly.
Well, look. I'll go next if that's all right.
Please do. I know you're as big a fan as we are, but you have said the least about it, which has made me the most curious.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know that I have a lot of novel thoughts to add as well. But I will say that for the sake of a good discussion, I'm going to try and not lean too heavy into personal elements when I'm describing what I like about this record, because though with an album like the Black Dresses one we discussed last week, the personal attachment I have and personal response I have to the record is inextricable from my feelings about it and my evaluation of it. Here, I think I can evaluate this record without necessarily delving too deeply into the personal connections and stuff that I have with it or anything. I think I can talk about it a little bit more in terms of like the quality of the music, and it's immaculate. It's I don't have much to add in terms of what Saoirse said about how well produced this is. It is immaculately mixed. It's having high-end headphones. It sounds just absolutely stupidly gorgeous, and there's a real density to the mix here, which is beautiful because it's such a minimal album. You can really feel every kind of like tone and vibration like is perfectly clear, and like I'm not going to go much more into it than that because it will just sound silly, but like
every choice is one that's immediately able to recognize, and you can just understand and feel it to the fullest extent with the mix.
I feel bad that I haven't actually memorized the name of the producers and mixers, because whoever they are, it's clear that they are seasoned professionals, because this is an outstandingly well produced and mixed record. There are so many great little production details on even the most minimal tracks that elevate them for me in a very big way. Like, I tend to actually be drawn more to the more minimal stuff on this record. Like, I think if I had to pick a favorite song, it would probably be Garden Song, which I think is just a tremendous example of like less is more in terms of like communicating powerful emotions through the most minimal of means. There's a really gorgeous sparse ambience here. There's a just delectable quality to the muted fuzz of the central melody that is intoxicating. There's lots of really great haunting and captivating production elements, like the subtle echo when Phoebe says the line about like a tidal wave. And it's I can't remember the context of that line now, it's escaped me, but I think it's when she's talking about dreaming she's in a movie theater, and there's a line about a tidal wave. Anyway, I'm so annoyed I can't remember the full line, but anyway, there's a really great little bit of reverb and echo that's just thrown on that line that just makes the song feel for a few seconds like expansive in a way that it isn't anywhere else in the track, and it's like a tiny little hint of escape from a dark dream, and it's really 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 sensational. I really love the back-to-back, and for similar reasons I really love the back-to-back, the two sparsest tracks on the record, Punisher and Halloween, which are back-to-back, and are just gorgeously sad and aching pieces of music. Punisher, I think, is interesting and thematically stands out because it's it reckons with one's relationship to their artistic inspirations. That notion of being a punisher, a person who is such a massive fan that their idol can't, like, that they kind of alienate their own idols, basically. And Phoebe kind of touches on that notion with indirect reference to Elliott Smith, of course, but it's sufficiently poetic as to be applicable to a broad range of different, like, contexts and situations. You don't have to be a singer-songwriter musing on your Punisher relationship with a singer. It could be any other kind of relationship where that kind of tension exists. And this kind of notion of relationships that are slightly one-sided, or relationships where one person needs the other more than the other person needs them, is a pervasive theme on this record, on
Absolutely.
many tracks. Specifically, they're on the tracks Moonsong, Savior Complex, and I See You. Those are 3 songs in a row that kind of deal with this theme. And so it's this notion of a person who is full of self-loathing, and a person who's full of dark energy, who you love, but who can't physically love you in the way that you need to be loved, and who you kind of have to come to terms with realizing that you cannot help, and you are only kind of damaging yourself in the process of trying to do that. And it's an incredibly moving concept, and the way that it's just one example of this Punisher relationship that Phoebe kind of interrogates throughout this record, gives the whole thing a lot of depth. It gives it like an overarching, like, structure and framework that I haven't spent as much time with Stranger in the Alps, but my perception was that record, as great as a lot of the songs were on it, didn't have quite the same cohesion for me. Maybe I just need to spend more time with it. But yeah, that's fantastic. Another song also as well, which touches on that Punisher relationship, codependent relationship aspect as well, is Halloween, actually, which I need to talk about, because that's a very eloquent and sparse piece of incredibly affecting folk music. It has these muted, gentle plucks that undulate on top of a bed of haunting ambience, and it's just invigorating. Like, it's just invigorating is not the right word. It's intoxicating. There's some really affecting writing here as well. Like, one of the most kind of immediate lines jumps out of you is the line where Phoebe abruptly talks about a sports fan being killed by
the stadium.
Down by the stadium.
Yeah.
And the presence of that line, like the full context of the verse is, the full verse is only 4 lines. It's always surprised by what I do for love. Some things I never expect. They killed a fan down by the stadium. Was only visiting, they beat him to death. Now, what's so, like, affecting about these two completely seemingly unrelated sentiments kind of sandwiched together is the stark contrast of the imagery there. Like, the song is talking about that general theme of an unfulfilling relationship, of needing to do more, to to reignite the spark, and then it's kind of juxtaposing it with this image of someone just of a horribly violent act that has resulted in just in death. And it's like, you get the idea of the ultimate futility of this human connection through that juxtaposition.
A fan of something just going to the source of their fandom and their attachment and codependency on something, and it literally kills them.
Yeah, and
you get that juxtaposition as well that I mentioned before between aesthetic beauty in the music and real darkness in the themes.
Yeah, that's probably the most explicit, like jarring part on the record. Example of that on the record, although there are obviously others too. I love the way that the tracks Moonsong and Savior Complex and Phoebe. I have to credit Phoebe for this because I only know this because she said.
Are you talking about the fact that they're sequel songs?
They're directly like pair songs. Like so Savior Complex is a sequel to Moonsong, and I like that. Knowing that still, when you listen to the songs and read along with them, you can still see that. Even though the songs instrumentally are quite different to each other. Like Moonsong, I think, is one of the best songs on the record, and it's very much in the same vein as Garden Song and Halloween musically, with muted, gentle melodies that carry a kind of standout vocal performance that's very kind of like crisp and high in the mix from Phoebe. It's just the lyricism on this track is especially gutting. Like it's a very gutting song to listen to, and I appreciate that Phoebe can create that effect without it ever feeling as though she is, I don't know, mining tragedy or like going for easy pathos or anything. Like the record this reminds me of in a lot of ways is Sufjan Stevens' Carrie and Lowell.
Yeah.
It's a well, they're both obviously quite muted folk records, but they have this element of like very personal attachments to devastation and to tragedy that are conveyed quite poetically in ways that a person who was simply wearing this sadness couldn't get at so acutely, I don't think, because I really the song Graceland 2 is growing on me quite a bit as well. It's a much more traditionally folky sounding track, more akin to her earlier stuff, and it comes at a welcome point in the record for that kind of sound. But I mean, and yeah, similar to Savior Complex, this is a song that kind of touches on the desire to support someone with perhaps self-destructive tendencies. Although I equally love Saoirse, your interpretation of the song as well, which is a little bit different to the one that I had, but I think is on reflection is probably spot on. Some people have tried to make a case online that this song is explicitly about Phoebe's relationship with Julian Baker, because there are references in the lyrics to aspects of Julian's life, like the fact that she's from Memphis and has a thing for Elvis. And I think there's another lyric in the song that directly mentions one of her songs as well. But also the fact that Julian and Lucy Dacus are backing vocalists on this track as well adds an additional kind of layer of poignancy to this particular kind of thing. Like, even if the song is, and Phoebe's is a talented and complex lyricist, right? I'm sure that the song is, even if the song is about Julian to some extent, I'm sure that's not solely like what the song is about. Like there's so much you can take from it. But the fact that those two are backing vocalists on it sort of adds a lot of poignancy to the
if it wasn't a similar situation to sort of what we spoke about earlier with John Darnielle, where the characters in these songs are probably inspired by emotions that people have felt but aren't explicitly the person, I would be very surprised. And I would just add very quickly to Savior Complex, I forgot to say this. If you like the sound of Savior Complex, there is a song I want to recommend. It's called Falling in Love Will Kill You. Jared Way did a feature on it. It's really, really good, very sad. And it's sonically very similar to Savior Complex, so I just want to add that.
Cool. And also just on the subject of Savior Complex as well, I wrote that it's not the only track, but a bunch of tracks on here have these really nice kind of instrumental embellishments and features that add real character to the song. Like Blake Mills plays clarinet on Savior Complex, which is, let's just say he's not the best clarinet player in the world, but his presence adds a nice something. And there's also a fantastic touch of an instrument called the Celeste, which is like an upright electric piano that you don't actually hear a lot in this kind of music, and it's present on Savior Complex, and it adds a lot of character to the song. And I really like that. And then, of course, the closing track, I Know the End, with how explosively the song ties up, it's easy to forget that most of it is actually in the same kind of reserved atmospheric vibe as the rest of the record. It's really gorgeous. That vibe is still there early in the song, but there's a subtle progression to it. Like there's a subtle forward motion to it that makes the floodgate bursting second half feel all the more satisfying and earned. The final verse on this track is really kind of some of Phoebe's most mythic and outward-reaching writing. It like captures images of America more so than images of like individuals and her life. It's
mythic is a great way to describe this album.
Yeah, exactly.
Just the quick the quick fire listing of images. It's so evocative. There's a line in that song where she says, "I really hate this part of Texas," which I heard is common graffiti in states circling Texas that you get on bathroom doors, in like Virginia.
Cool.
It's very middle America, and the portrait that she paints in every single song, you feel that it informs the setting that she's
not like saying I hate this part of Texas. She's just evoking the broad expanse of the Middle South.
Which reminds me that the 1975 can suck my whole ass.
Oh God!
How
many times are we going to say this on this podcast?
Well,
I was hoping they wouldn't come up in this review.
Both talking about parts of Texas and different songs on albums that came out this year. So I mean, it's.
Can I say one thing that I feel like might inform this record in a way that feels important? I think, at least Morgan will know what I'm talking about if I am indeed correct about this. When Ryan Adams was recently kind of outed as, being kind of a sex pest, was Phoebe one of the people that spoke out about it?
Yes.
The primary one.
I really feel like that entire situation informs almost all of this album. The notion of tying in codependency with a relationship with someone who holds more power than you, and artistic inspiration that you are drawing from
Tyler is struggling.
All I want to say on that is that I don't necessarily think that this does, only because Phoebe's been quite explicit about the fact that she does not particularly want to talk about that nor to deal with it. Like, I think that I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe it's just one of those things that is kind of difficult to separate from Phoebe when you think of
it. It was just something that I thought of while listening to it.
Well, I have.
But yeah.
Tyler, you could finish yours.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, like, I mean, yeah, it could well be, but it feels like I've seen a few people online who've been like drawing that comparison or like jumping to that kind of comparison, and it just feels a little bit like, I don't know. I feel like,
I mean, it runs the risk of being very reductionist to what she's doing. Yeah. Like, I feel like that this is not something that is dependent on an experience. This is clearly the result of an artist with a holistic vision that is not like about an experience.
Yeah, and I would bring it back to the I would bring it back to the idea we mentioned earlier, that these songs are probably not specifically about anything tangible, but are capturing universal emotions that probably derived from experiences.
For sure, but there is one track that does explicitly mention her relationship with her drummer. Like explicitly. I can't remember which song it is.
It's I See You.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. She talks. There's no ambiguity there because she has a line like, "It's a song about a difficult breakup," and she specifically says, "You came and played drums and stuff."
Play the drums.
But anyway, I do think that for the most part, Phoebe is is not so much trying to like detail specific experience as much as to capture a particular emotion that derives from.
No, I wasn't either. I'm just saying I feel like that could have been something that like that feeling of not necessarily the experience, but the feeling is something that feels present in the content.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, what I would say in response to that is I think Stranger in the Alps is far more the album that captures that.
Yeah.
because
like especially Motion Sickness, right? That
Motion
song
Sickness
is,
and Demi
Demi
Moore,
Moore.
and
and
especially in the terms of like the power dynamic, where the feelings from the person in power are not reciprocated by the person not in power so much.
I mean, if we're to speculate about, sorry, Morgan, you finish before I go.
Well, I just think that, especially if you look at the timeline of events, because Ryan Adams produced her first EP, and then Stranger in the Alps was after that. I just think those songs are far more informed by that experience in a more direct manner than this album is.
Yeah.
Especially because of a detail I'll point out in my segment that definitely changes the way that specific dynamic is informed here. I
was just going to say, like, if we were to speculate about these songs being about any particular real person, then the one to speculate about would probably be Conor Oberst, with whom she's had a particularly close relationship recently, and with whom she released an album last year that I was going to mention in the intro. I was going to suggest get mentioned because because that this album is very much kind of like following along from that album, or elements of that album anyway. And also Conor, of course, features on this record on the song Halloween, which you could interpret even being about him in a certain extent. Like, I know there's one verse, I don't know if it's on this song, there's one verse on this album where she talks about having feelings for someone who's married.
That's a Moon song, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean,
married and dying.
Yeah, and I mean, there's people who have made the case that specific verse is about Conor as well. But I mean, I will take the point that it's perhaps counterproductive to do this kind of conjecture about specific people.
Yeah.
But
I'd agree with that.
I mean, it's also all it is, conjecture.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not about like the two people being informed. Like, it's really what happens between them that is channeled into the music that is the important thing here.
Yeah. I only brought it up because I know that Phoebe has said explicitly that she does write her songs about, like, specifically about relationships that she has with people. Like that. But yeah, anyway, that's enough of that digression. For me anyway. So one other, and this is more neither here nor there really, but one other little wee comparison I want to draw is, I already mentioned that this record sounds a bit, reminds me a bit of Sufjan Stevens' Carrie and Lowell, but I also want to say that the horns in Kyoto are like almost exactly the same as the horns in Chicago from Sufjan's Illinois. Like very similar melody and sound, and the sound of Sufjan's Illinois is even more pointed on the final track as well. The horns there are straight from the Sufjan playbook, and I think that's
just a note on those.
Because, sorry.
Yeah, you finish and then I'll go.
I was going to say that's a cool point of reference because it's a nice little reminder of like the fact that Phoebe kind of grew up in the same kind of generation as we did. Obviously, she's a little bit older, but like growing up an indie kid, like experiencing music in the 2000s and those kinds of influences filtering through is quite cool, I think, and it was very noticeable for me there.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of Sufjan Stevens, for me, I'm a big fan of John New Harding in D major. And some other things of his. I haven't listened to any of his albums in full, so I can't comment on that. But those horns, when I said at the beginning that this album feels like a distillation of all the music I've listened to in the last 5 years, those are the years I really got really interested in independent music. And it's like this album is like a condensation of like all of the emo shit I used to listen to and all of the sort of indie acoustic shit I listen to now. And the midway point in between that is really the front bottoms. And the horns on Kyoto remind me of the fuck of an early front bottoms song, like something like Flashlight or something from their self-titled album, or even from their Rose E EP, which is amazing. But yeah, like if you like the front bottoms and you want an album that sounds equally stripped back and acoustic, And
Yeah.
I'm talking about the early shit. They've gotten more dense in later years. But,
Yeah,
if you're an album that sounds equally as stripped back as their early shit and equally as emo, this is what you should listen to.
I think they as well probably were drawing a bit from the Sufjan playbook as well, because it's it's very easy to forget just how big he was in the mid 2000s when that was happening in the indie music world. But yeah, it's cool to see that kind of influence still filtering through in more interesting, creative ways now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about this album. I've said enough.
Yeah, I think I've almost pretty much said enough as well. I haven't really said anything about the song Kyoto, but that's also a great song, and I'll probably comment on it at some point. But anyway, I've said enough.
Okay, so I went back and forth about going super in-depth about this and just sort of speaking broadly. And ultimately, I've settled on just speaking broadly and sort of keeping it brief, because I think if I go too in-depth, it'll just be mirroring everything that everybody else has been saying except August. So just speaking broadly, every few years, there's at least one album a year typically. There's a record that start over.
Okay.
Typically, every year, there is at least one record that comes along, and it's like, this is just so much of what I have been feeling lately. And it sounds like everything I want to hear out of a great record, and like it just gives you everything you want. Like a lot of those records go on to be my favorites. Like the ones that leap to mind are Jason Isbell's Southeastern, like 4 different Menzingers records.
Rustin Kelly.
Yes. Rustin Kelly's Dying Star. Last year, the example that springs to mind is the Nationals' I Am Easy to Find, most specifically. Gang of Youths, Go Farther, and Lightness.
Yeah.
They're just...
Go on. Sorry.
Thank you.
I was fighting my tongue the whole time you were talking, so I wanted to give you the space to talk. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Anyway.
Look, I was... At any rate, I was getting around to the very predictable point that this is one of those albums.
Mm-hmm.
It's already shot itself into my top 50 ever in the week that it's been out.
Mm-hmm.
And, maybe that's hyperbole, and maybe it won't age well with time or whatever, and maybe you can kiss my ass. I don't care. For me, Phoebe Bridgers is batting 1,000 with solo work. Stranger in the Alps was a 10. It's also one of my favorite records ever. I've spun it incessantly since it released. Smoke Signals is in serious contention for my favorite song ever. And it's tough to decide between this and Stranger in the Alps, just because of what Stranger in the Alps means to me and the time in my life where it came along. But ultimately, I decide on this just because it's a far more consistent effort. It's more cohesive. And I sort of... I don't think there's a song on here that I love as much as Smoke Signals or Scott Street, because, Smoke Signals was, a defining song in my life, and Scott Street is just one of the most fantastic progressions and works of production I've ever heard in indie music. I adore every single facet of that song. And while I don't think personally any song on here reaches that height, I think it gets much closer to that song more consistently than anything on Stranger in the Alps does. I just, in terms of like, it's hard to put into words because it's such a distinctly emotional experience, which is also why I'm choosing to speak broadly. It just has all the makings of an album that will be something I listen to on and off for the rest of my life. Like those records that I previously mentioned, like Southeastern and Go Farther in Lightness. It just immediately leaps out to me in a way that I don't even have to think about, for all of the reasons that you all have said so far. I think you all have done a hell of a job talking about this album. And I can only mirror those thoughts and perspectives because this is just such a uniformly, it feels like a moment, you know? And I'm just in love with every facet of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
That's a beautiful way of putting it.
That's all I have to say about that.
I can't agree with you more, Morgan. Jesus Christ.
And on that note, just because, in all honesty, it is probably smarter to speak more broadly on this, but I have elected to do the opposite because I do not feel I can do this experience justice. I am not good enough at articulating myself to speak broadly and feel content with what I say, so I'm taking the easy way out. I probably didn't put enough emphasis on how much I love Stranger, but I think it took until the end of last year for me to truly appreciate what that album had to offer. The only time I will speak broadly on this will be this point, just because I'm not capable of doing anything other than that. I, like Saoirse mentioned, this is sort of a time in your life where you really go through it. You can just sort of identify periods of time where things haven't been great, and I can distinctly say that the last 6 months of 2019 was the most emotionally trying and miserable point in my life, and I feel like I've got some spurts of time that would heavily compete for that title, so it's not something I say lightly. And I was involved in a relationship with someone that very much the power dynamics on this album speak to that experience very strongly. And not only is it relatable in that sense, but I feel I spent lots of time alone in those months. I would sit in my car, I would wait, I would drive, I would do anything, and I would usually populate that listening time with Stranger in the Alps. And the song that actually has grown the closest to me, ironically, is the cover on that album of You Miss My Heart, which is, I think, one of the best narrative lyrical achievements in the medium of music at this point. And I prefer Phoebe's version just because I love her singing voice so much. She has a ghostly, ethereal quality to her vocals that, like, if you heard her speak and then heard her singing voice, it almost doesn't sound like the same person. It is gentle and enveloping. It's like getting into a bed with a 1,000 thread count sheet. It is comforting in ways I can't even properly do justice. And that was the period where I listened to Stranger the most, and I became more intimate with it, and it helped me a lot, especially in the fallout. I can say that a lot of Phoebe's experiences, especially on the first half of this album, and I do feel like I have a lot to say about it musically that maybe a couple people haven't touched on in a different light, but in the front half of this album, there is a very tangible sense of loneliness and being lost and then wandering around and being by yourself. And the only connections that Phoebe seems to have in these songs to either herself insert or the character that she is writing about, the connections are always distant. It is always a matter of space in between them, and I am immediately pulled back to times where I would be feeling that exact emotion, the tangible sense of loss, of missing someone, and missing someone that maybe you shouldn't be, and the absolute burden it becomes on you, and how your life just feels completely empty, and you have to do anything. You have to use coping mechanisms. You have to do everything in your power to fill that void, because it will not go away. And I feel this album captures that so beautifully and tangibly. And as I listened to it, the more I picked up on it, the more I'd say that, like, I would say there is actually a tangible, solid narrative running through the album. I think there is a story front to back here, except like what Saoirse touched on, that I feel is integral to understanding this, is the perspective of which it is written. Because I think, in a sense, all of these songs are indeed about Phoebe on some level, but it is from that fourth dimensional perspective from which she tells this story. She will vary up her pronoun usage and say she or her or I in different spurts, but I feel still that this is sort of a story being relayed to the listener that has maybe not a through-line progression of linear time, but an elliptical emotional narrative that builds slowly and crescendos at the end. It is not really a 3-act structure, but it feels like a story. And in terms of things that I wrote about it, I wrote a little bit about every song and what I think everything is about and the themes and whatnot. I mentioned that DVD Menu is a good mournful tone setter, just a good sonic sample of the album. But Garden Song, which is the first proper song, it embodies the warm and hopeful feeling of being home and coming back home and subsequently looking back at your home from the perspective of being an adult, of being able to see all of the things that you didn't when you were inhabiting it. Another thing too that I appreciate about Phoebe that I have written here is that, like, you were talking about the tangible emotional harshness, reality, and sadness, is that Phoebe is an incredibly funny person, and it shows in this album with these elements of light, dry, and dark humor. Like Garden Song has a line about the person she's talking to, her skinhead neighbor, going missing, which Phoebe, in all of her work, alludes to many different recurring themes. She refers to her dreams. She refers to water in a metaphorical sense. She refers to being and embodying a murderer. And I feel that this is continued here. And it's it's literal and non-literal in different ways. But the way she delivers this song specifically, the ghostliness of it, it's kind of like the film A Ghost Story. Like, that's sort of a better representation of how this album feels.
It almost sounds like the score to that movie sonically.
It really does. Like, there are moments where it feels like that. Like, the top of the building sequence is basically the ending song here, but on the note
even
of
the
like
song
the
Casey
final...
Affleck spends the whole movie writing.
Exactly.
That could be on this album.
That is very true, and I think that this song is really just about pulling yourself back and viewing a part of your life fourth dimensionally, and it evolves into this stream of consciousness recounts of dreams and stories of her from back when she lived there. It's sort of, she remembers being in a college dorm room and wanting someone, and it's a dream that she has, but she is denied intimacy and further pushed into this loneliness. And it sort of ends on this ambiguous sentiment of her having everything she wants, but the way in which that line is delivered, it rings as self-deception. Like, she is lying to herself and saying things to cope. And I think that's another thing on this album it's a prevailing theme. And we go right into Kyoto, which is like a complete mirror opposite tonally, at least in the musical aesthetic of the song. Kyoto is this really uplifting song. Even if it touches on real emotional darkness, it is still a high that you get. And she recounts the story of when she or the main character is in Kyoto on a tour with her band, and recalls a bitter past relationship with someone who hadn't fully left her life yet, someone she's trying to move on from, somebody who calls her little brother and wishes him happy birthday, but he got the date wrong. And she expresses on this song wanting to kill this person, just to shove him out of her life. And with this sort of sense of, you all mentioned like these little blunt details she introduces into her song, and I think that it builds such a perfect picture of whatever she is speaking about. There's this like when she mentions going to the 7-Eleven and wanting to go to the arcade, it feels like authentic. She has a knack for talking about these places with a sense of Midwestern humility and dry humor. And like the horns on this, it really elevates the song in such a beautiful way that's just really sobering. And she shows apprehension about traveling, saying that she wants to see the world, but flying over the ocean made her change her mind, hinting at her further reclusiveness, and another mention of water. And her ability to just build the setting here is great. And she still expresses a distinct detachment from everything that she would describe as being like emotional or painful. She's removed from it enough. It shows a disconnect with her former partner, saying that she just wanted to see the world through their eyes, but changed her mind, hinting at like an inability to connect with people or just connect with love. And the final moments, she just says, "Guess I'm a liar, I lied, I'm a liar who lies," hinting that maybe her relationship didn't just end because of this person being someone she didn't like truly connect with, but because maybe she was callously dishonest with herself or this person just to try and maintain a connection, which I think segues beautifully into Punisher, because it's talking about some of her coping mechanisms. It talks about drug dependency in a line. There's this soft, sad instrumental that feels like and I think, Tyler, you mentioned that there's sort of like a background ambience on this track that makes it feel like just so beautiful to latch onto when you like really hear the melody. And the vocal tracks combined with like the double tracked, almost robotic vocals make it feel ethereal and still so like dissonant. And it also, she mentions Dianetics, which is a Scientology thing, and that touches on another thing that Phoebe loves to talk about, and that's sort of mentioning organized religion in a Midwestern perspective. She sort of views it as sort of a hyperbolic sign of the end, and it shows up a couple times on this album and is reincorporated beautifully in the last track. And basically this song, she's expressing longing of love or admiration from afar, which could either be a relationship or artistic. I think it's a dual thing. It sort of further builds her setting, talking about living next to the hospital and hearing the sirens. It's exposing her anxieties about being out in the open, and even with being withdrawn, that she doesn't want to be alone, but she can't stand being with people. Like, she just wants somebody to talk to, and this feels like a song where she is talking to herself to substitute that connection. And her fixation on this person is clearly her projecting what she wants and building this non-existent portrait through things that she's heard, like things and like stories that she's heard about this person that aren't necessarily reflective of her own experience. And she also has a key line on this song. I can't open my mouth and forget how to talk. Wouldn't know when to start or wouldn't know when to stop, which I think is very relevant, because I think that's exactly what happens in the final moments of the last track, where she is desperately and primally gasping after expelling everything she's wanted to say just out in this volatile exorcism, and she just literally can't speak anymore, as she mentions here. And then we go into Halloween, which is this sparse, gentle opening with these wispy bits of instrumentals developing into this like warbling that complement the tone so well. And it recounts her story with a relationship with someone she had a disconnect with. She can only rely on them to be honest when they're drunk and wearing a mask, which calls into question even if her like connecting with this person while they're drunk, is that even who they honestly are? Is that just who she's connecting with? And the living in the past line might imply that Phoebe thought her partner was somebody else when they got together, or that her partner grew since they met and went away from her. And Halloween's just sort of this elegant metaphor to be anything, to escape from anything, from her problems, from her dysfunctions, and her utilization at the end of this, where she says, "Come on, man." I feel like she is actively begging the person she is talking about into being this person for her, trying to sort of to coax them into being what she wants. And she's begging them, and she just wants an honest version of themselves, or something that she at least perceives to be honest. And she's very like in love with this person, you can tell. And her mention, like we talked about earlier, the line, "If they killed a fan down by the stadium just visiting and they beat him to death," extends that metaphor to her, but it also shows that she is focusing on these things, on these sirens that she keeps hearing next to the hospital, rather than focusing on her partner who she's sleeping in bed with. And there's sort of like a somber, like lumbering drums at the very end, and like builds this progression so beautifully. And there's a last time for everything is her, just once more just begging to be anything with her, to indulge in this childish fantasy of being someone else. And the closing lines, I think, are really important because of their Conor Oberst saying, "Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want." Phoebe is singing it too. It's Phoebe's fantasy of her partner doing something to connect with her, and it's all she wants to begin with. And it's also meaning that this probably isn't a genuine sentiment from this partner. It's just Phoebe indulging in a fantasy of fulfillment instead of actually feeling fulfillment. And I love the outro that just sort of does away with everything and has this like ghostly progression to it. And then a track we haven't talked about is Chinese Satellite, which is one of my favorites.
Good song.
Because
Good
it
song.
is like Kyoto.
It.
It's a crescendo of emotion that we need from the past few.
I would just say
songs.
on Chinese Satellite that I said earlier that a recurring theme on this album is an expression to escape the life you have.
Yes.
And Chinese Satellite is not only the most explicit, but also the most nuanced expression of this theme. Like, yeah, she's saying, "I go out and I look for a Chinese satellite and sort of UFO beams and shit like that," which comes back later in the album. I almost feel like the last song is like a recap of every song you've heard so far in many ways. This idea recurs in that song. But with Chinese Satellite, yeah, she's like, "I'm out there looking for the satellite and I want to be abducted and all that shit." But she also says, like, "I look out and feel nothing."
Yes.
Which is a real... It complements and undercuts that theme in interesting ways I don't feel intellectually prepared to unpack without like years of study.
Good thing I attempted. Not that I'm saying I'm doing a good job, but I feel like Chinese Satellite is a euphoric reprieve, like Kyoto, and like the progression of the instruments is beautiful. The lead guitar, like it just leads the song along really well. And Phoebe in this is lamenting a feeling of being stuck, feeling disassociated, pretending to be herself, wondering why other people, or even if people in general, experience this, because she finds it so unpleasant and alienating. Her feeling of being stuck, emphasized further by hearing the same 3 songs sung by Morning Birds, which she becomes intimately familiar with over a period of time until she learns the words to the song after saying she wished that she wrote them, which I think is another theme of tying in artistic inspiration and loneliness into the same metaphor.
I would
and
just,
she uses a Chinese satellite.
I would just say, and I hate to keep interrupting you, I'm really sorry, but I took that line also to be a metaphor of another thing that's kind of recurring in the album, of performatism and wearing masks and pretending to be different identities. And I almost like a constant idea in this album is, there's a line, I can't remember which song, where she's like, "I was out there pretending to be myself." And in this way, even though she's only referring to learning the melodies of Birdsong, it ties into this recurring idea of being an outsider and having to perform for the mainstream, which is something I can relate to.
No, exactly. Like, I feel like it's definitely a song about alienation in that respect. And it's like, it progresses when she uses a Chinese satellite as a metaphor for coping mechanism, using whatever she can to escape this feeling of isolation, saying she wants to escape by seeing the stars, but since they aren't out, it's showing us how closed off from everything she is. She has to use a Chinese satellite as a substitute for the stars. And like the subtle beeping of the satellite can be heard like beautifully incorporated. And her self-awareness leads her hope and desperate wishing to feel pointless. As she says, she feels nothing, but she hates the loneliness so much that she wishes in a totally futile manner that she wants to be wrong. And like the next verse reveals that she is talking to, or at least at, someone, recalling like when this person was in her life, and basically reconstructs a new metaphor with the same meaning, saying that to this person that she knows that they believe it if they're in a coma, if they're a vegetable, as she puts it, they believe themselves to be dead. But despite this, Phoebe insists that she'd wait outside the hospital with a picket sign in the vain hope that they would at least get to see them when they die, implying still a separation between the two of them, even at their most intimate moment. And she's so lonely that she can't sleep, and she hears voices, and she feels that she can feel the presence of this person's like body through the walls, and just like longs for it, knowing that it's impossible, knowing that it's not true, but hopes desperately to be wrong, just because that would mean that she wouldn't be lonely anymore. And she goes even further by saying that she wants to believe that there's a tractor beam from a spaceship. And she also talks about spaceships all the fucking time. It's basically the entire point of one of the songs in the Boy Genius EP. And she wants a tractor beam to take her to back to where she's from, specifically, is what she says, which I think alludes to her desire to be somewhere that makes her feel whole, or substitute the connection that she yearns for, which I think is why she does a good job at building like so many settings. And I think this song is a microcosm of the album in general, because I think this song and this album by extension touch on Phoebe's internal debate with wanting to feel something, but doesn't know if she would be okay with that feeling being inauthentic. There's times where she sounds like she wants...
You're doing such a good job of interpreting this song. You're doing such a good job.
I tried. There are times where she like sounds like she wants something real and holistic, something genuinely helpful to satiate her desire to not feel empty or alone. But other times she's so desperate and so vulnerable that she feels like she would be okay with something that merely made her feel better on the surface, as if she'd be okay with falling in love with a voice inside her own head if it helped her, which is a feeling I can deeply resonate with, because when you're dealing with loneliness that intense, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And despite how unhealthy that might be, she still wants that just because she's so tired of this. And she frequently escapes into fantasies on this album, like on the title track, where she's yearning towards someone she doesn't know. And she also, like, these escapist fantasies could also be analogous to things like using drugs and alcohol and sex to escape the loneliness. And she's alluded to struggling with some of these things in her music, and like all of these coping mechanisms. And that's just what this song is about. And I feel Moon Song is sort of the turning point of the narrative of the album, is that the first half is Phoebe and like feeling this intense isolation creeping up on her and then building. And then Moon Song is where we start to see Phoebe developing a relationship with someone, but the connection is something that she calls into question. The first note I have for Moon Song is "This one hurts." The lyric, "You asked to walk me home, but I had to carry you," is a microcosm of their entire relationship. Phoebe is being selfless and devoted as this person leans on her unfairly after asking to be on equal terms with her. She becomes so absorbed in someone that she compares it to being pushed in, and that now her feet can't touch the ground, which I think is referring again to a body of water that she feels lost
I love
inside.
that line.
And it's a great line, just because it's so like, you can fill in the gaps perfectly of what she's talking about with such a sparse metaphor. And then she talks about being so deeply in love with this person that she stays with them, knowing that they're with someone else. The lyrics that are probably the most painful on the album, considering a lot of what happened with my experience, should be stuck their tongue, or that someone stuck their tongue down someone else's throat with somebody that they loved more than I did, that you loved more than me. And she says, this is a super important line, that she is like a dog with a dead bird, a reference to how she's at this person's beck and call, giving the bird to her master, something she doesn't, something she thinks they want, but that they in actuality don't, that causes her confusion. Talking about their relationship in this song too. It extends to arguments about music, stuff that makes the relationship feel more real, like, talking about singing at her birthday and whatnot. Like, she also makes another reference to water by saying that the party is nautical themed, and that you're holding me like water in your hands, which is more, it makes the water she completely comes back to reference feel something inescapable, something that keeps following her and pursuing her to drown her in. And she eventually just secedes from all conflict and says that she wants to give this person the moon to wholly win them over so that they'll just love her completely, as the disconnect that she feels becomes more of an element in their odd kind of circumstance. And she says she feels like there's something she should remember, but can't say what it is, because she desperately wants to say the right thing to keep this person around, because she's walking on eggshells. And she alludes to the possibility of them being married and possibly dying, further commenting on the relationship's nature and how tragic it is that she's in love with a person who clearly doesn't see her as a priority in the same way that she views them. The holding me line, I think, also talks about the experience of intimacy, and as long as she puts up with all of this shit, she is promised intimacy, and that promise, no matter how vague, no matter how much it's not lived up to, will be something that it keeps her there enough, out of this desperation, even if she's treated horribly. And the song comes full circle when the person in question who she's in a relationship with sees the dead bird and starts crying, because it is obviously something they don't want. Brilliantly reincorporated later on the last track. And the acknowledgement of this person knowing the killer, another reference to her being a murderer, that she doesn't understand, implying that they just have this fundamental disconnect. And that, of course, leads beautifully into Savior Complex, where Phoebe is focusing on something or someone else as the object of her affections, showing us that she may have pushed past the doubt of the toxic relationship she was in Moonsong, but Phoebe is still distraught and recovering and lonely and crying. The metaphor for which she uses another water one, which is run a tap till it's clear, being a both clever continuation of the previous line about crocodile tears and how sad she is, and another allusion to water to seamlessly woven in. She's able to drift away, implying that she feels a new sense of freedom with this person now that she has abandoned all of these things. And the next few lines seem to be, I read them as a metaphor for sexual intimacy. Drag you to the shore, another water allusion. I think the euphemism is kind of for sex, as the following lines are sweating through the sheets, talking about drowning in your sleep. And the extended metaphor here is almost in every lyric, but this inescapable water and drowning motif follows her even in intimacy, which still shows that even if she wholly devotes herself to this toxic relationship, it is still with her and building and inescapable, even if she wants to forget about it. It's like a drug that keeps her from being authentically happy. And she's just sort of battling internally within herself. Like, she just doesn't know whether or not this is a tenet she's like of her own genuine happiness is something that she's considered worthy to live by. And her partner, there's still a distance there, even if the song is mostly how she feels better. And even tonally, the song does sound a bit more bright than the previous track. And she expresses a desire to start a big fire in a one-room apartment, but too tired to have a pissing contest, which, very Elliott Smith-ish lyric. And Phoebe confirmed two things about this song that she wrote she wrote it in a dream, which is another reincorporation of dreams into her music, and that it's a sequel to Moonsong, as Tyler earlier mentioned, which I think implies it being a transformation of Phoebe as a codependent and weak person into someone as codependent and dominant, as she is slowly becoming the person that she was talking about on Moonsong. And I feel like Phoebe said this song is about, or she did explicitly say this song is about gaslighting, that you're in a relationship with someone who you can feel can do no wrong and allows you to put up with everything. And her savior's complex is something that keeps her there, wanting to save them from that. And that she's like smothering this person, trying to overcompensate as a defense mechanism. On the lyrics where she's expressing a desire for sexual intimacy is, being turned on, something about like one hand in your mouth, but yet she's turned down at the end of the set of lyrics, further denying the intimacy that she yearns for. And she compares them to a vampire, saying, you want blood, and I promised, but I'm a bad liar, which comes back to the earlier point on the album where she said that she was a liar, implying that she got into this relationship with ulterior motives, maybe promising something that was less commitment heavy than the other person expected, I believe, and she wanted more from that but didn't say that. She wants them to open up to each other, showing them the skeletons in their closet and the bad dreams, almost begging once again to get more of what she wants, even if her partner didn't want that. And then ICU is sort of a tonal sort of move back to something a little bit more brighter as well. It's sonically and lyrically, it pulls the listener in really well, I think. And the opening lines being really stellar, like Phoebe's locked outside her house, likely drunk, basically unable to find her house keys, and she just lays down. She's attained some level of happiness because of this person in her life, but the gnawing feeling that this won't give her what she wants in the end persists still, and she anxiously wonders if it will be the last time she feels good, like, at all, wanting to hold on to that happiness just because she doesn't know if it's even real or exists. And she still says she feels something when she touches them, which I think gives her enough positivity to quash her doubt, to keep going. The lyrics, "I used to light you up, now I can't even get you to play the drums," definitely furthers the idea that this is a relationship that's already lost its luster, as it's literal and metaphorical. She just is afraid that she thinks she'll fuck everything up because she has no clue of what she wants, and there's a war in her head that she refers to. She talks about climbing in through the window, which I think refers to her having to sneak into someone's house to avoid being noticed, just to get that connection again, but that connection still being something that she is detached from. And then in Graceland 2, she picks up the narrative from the last track, furthering her relationship with this person she's found, but she pulls away from the doubt and loneliness again, like a wave. We see her feelings balloon and pop over every single track. And the opening lines into her going through a change. She says she's no longer a danger to herself of others, like she's being let out of a psych ward. And she further implies that she makes sure nobody sees her leave so that she can sneak out, which implies that she's not ready to do that yet, but does so anyway because it'll make her feel better, which ties into the theme really well. And then she talks about herself in the third person here, which I think is meant to do from like a storytelling perspective, but I also think it emphasizes a hidden disconnect with herself, how she's pretending to be herself. And her sort of renewed love interest, like even before things got bad, it got her that connection that she yearned for. But obviously she's just ignoring all of these mishaps because she thinks she's happy. And she seems to be ignoring everything and going on further because she knows what she wants in the lyrics. And she drives to Memphis to feel some sort of warmth. She wants to escape. She can't think of it too much because of her carried over paranoia about her circumstance. Playing music to fill the void in her head, starts thinking about Elvis, hoping that he, and by extension herself, believes songs could come true. And I feel like that speaks to this album, that she's doing this and making this music because she's trying to control everything and find a solution, even if it takes a reality-bending song to do that. It is a desperate escape. And she reiterates her paranoia, calling herself a rebel without a clue, and spending her serotonin, implying that she's finally reached a point where she's truly unhappy. And then I Know the End, which it's probably not my favorite song on the album, but I think it's the most impressive just because of its reincorporation of everything Phoebe has talked about thus far, and its seamless progression of how it builds musically and lyrically. She talks about being somewhere in Germany, but then also seeing something like that Texas graffiti, which I think is, but also when she talks about being in Kyoto earlier, I feel like Phoebe, it doesn't just feel lost emotionally, but even geographically speaking, she is all over the place and has nowhere to call home. She expresses her desire to go home and return to her loneliness, talking herself into this by saying she romanticizes a quiet life as a coping mechanism, that there's no place like her room. She's in denial again, juxtaposing how she hated being alone earlier on the album. She makes several allusions to The Wizard of Oz in this song. The three clicks and she's home, the tornado, the alienation she feels, and whether or not the illusion that she's built for herself will satisfy her if she wants to go back home. And her lines about knowing that she has to go, but you had him imply that, like, she's at least grown, at least from this tragic experience, somewhat, likely because she's realized she's become similar to the person she was with on Moonsong and doesn't want to go down that path, because in this song she mentions her partner bringing a bird to her, like the dog. So I feel like there's a cyclical part of this narrative where she's realized that she has adopted more of the power dynamic because she is seeking something actively in someone else and has flipped it. She alludes to water more with waves, implying that she's still lost, going over the circumstances that finally put a nail in the coffin of their relationship as they walked in a park at sunset, talking on the swings. And apparently her partner became quiet and Phoebe lashed out at her. And like, likely because of this like accumulated frustration that she gets through these last few songs, saying she pushes people away, but they still come back to her with gravity, a tragic perceived inevitability that she has, that like it's built into her. And she has the bird in her teeth line, which is the thematic key to the album. You'll hide under the floor, I feel like, is a reference to her when she lived at the hospital, like on Halloween, and showing that her partner has an apprehension to something that she's used to, furthering their disconnect, that she refuses to go beneath the floorboards with them because her love is sort of, you know, hiding beneath, like it's more than likely out of disillusionment than anything else. And she says that she won't give down, like she won't her hometown in a tornado, implying that she isn't letting her past drag her into this cycle that she's found herself in. And she sings about a sense of freedom and knowing that she's on her own again, driving into the sun, looking for a creation myth, which I think is analogous to both her wanting to return to where she's from, like on Chinese biblical ones, saying that she goes looking for this creation myth, but only ends up with a pair of cracked lips, that the search was futile. So she defines her setting by listing things that surround herself as she drives around her hometown. And lots of allusions to the religious Midwest come full circle here, imagery of people all gathered around and watching a storm and building this apocalyptic imagery and a beam of light that they think could be a spaceship or a drone, and the group vocals chanting that the end is near as the song builds, as though she's like acquired something. It kind of makes me think of the end of Midsummer in a way. And her line, "Either way,
You're
we're not
alone in being
reincorporation
reminded of Midsummer by this album.
Thank you. It's her line about either way we're not alone is a reincorporation of her ideas about fulfillment being genuine or not. She comes to the conclusion on this song that she can find some level of solace in either answer that she hasn't thought of before, that she has grown. And she says she'll find a new place to be from, implying her growing from everything. It also harkens back to Chinese Satellite again. And she says she'll live in a haunted house with a picket fence to float around and ghost my friends. A great lyric, but it also shows how Phoebe is shed a part of herself, dying in a sense, becoming a ghost, reborn, while not her former self is a being that has progressed forward, showcasing a kind of duality in her existence. And she says she's not afraid.
That evokes a previous line in the album where she's talking about, I think it might be on Garden Song even, where she says, "We'll live in this house, but you don't have to know it's haunted."
Yes, she loves talking about ghosts. I mean, like even the cover of Stranger in the Alps, she has these references to ghosts. And I feel like it's more like it's also an aesthetic thing because her voice is so inherently ghostly. And I feel like this also is used to great effect here. It's one of her better vocal performances. And it sort of like, even this death and dying and being a ghost, it's something that would give her solace because it doesn't scare her like it used to, showcasing that maybe she hasn't fully moved on. She's made progress, and she reads a religious billboard about the end being near and turning around to find nothing there, which I think is a perfect metaphor for her past. She's evolved and progressed so that she can at least try to start looking forward instead of looking back. And the end is near, you know, a cheeky play on words and a reference to all the religious imagery throughout her work, but it's also a very
Can
literal...
I just chime in again very quickly, if that's okay? So, something that what you're saying just made me think of is we've been talking about this album in a very Vonnegutian way. And we've also been, I mentioned how the song feels like all of the previous songs compacted together, and it references every song that's gone before.
Yes, it does, directly.
And I feel like something the song does really interestingly, and it's interesting you mentioned, like, she passes the sign that says the end is near, she looks back and sees nothing there. This song is almost the most directly Vonnegutian song on an album full of songs that are directly Vonnegutian.
Yes.
if you were to take the album as a collective narrative, it's certainly an emotional journey, if nothing else.
Yeah, and the song being a microcosm of the album and her viewing it from that perspective, I feel is the emblematic idea that she has grown and distanced herself from these experiences and is ready to move on in a sense, which grants this emotional progression that she has. And I feel like the religious imagery specifically is also just kind of literal, just because it's like a stage of Phoebe's life isn't just now behind her. Her previous self has died, and now she is embracing the end right before the scream and the wall of noise that this song eventually becomes, that just becomes overwhelming and crushing.
Absolutely.
And it's like she's shedding her skin and listening to herself die. And whether or not it's a transformation or a work in progress, I think is left up to interpretation. And sonically speaking, the song builds so flawlessly and triumphantly. And when Phoebe lets out that bottled up rage scream, like she's trying to belt and exercise it out of her, it's like it's not inherently bad no matter what happens, because it is gone now, and it's left up to interpretation if she's fully moved on. And the experiences over the course of the album have helped her move forward, but have also tragically held her back in many ways too.
Absolutely.
But despite this, she still moves on. And I think that
can I just talk to something you're saying right now?
Yeah.
I know I keep interrupting you. You just keep saying things I want to add to, because you're being very interesting and eloquent. So I feel compelled to join in. Not to say that I can match your eloquence, but what you're saying now about almost like this being a song like going off into the sunset almost, which it feels a lot like. One of the things I really pick up on this album, like I mentioned, is the idea of coming through a difficult period and feeling like you can now attack life fresh because you're not in that part of your life anymore.
Yes, a rebirth.
And I have a very specific reading of the song, which this might be me saying the obvious, I don't know. But obviously the song is called I Know the End. And the song starts with the lines about it's somewhere in Germany. And then the rest of the song takes place in America. So for me, it's almost like she has come out of this part and she can foresee her death far away in the future. Almost like this experience has reminded her of her immortality almost. And it's in Germany where she's not right now. So this experience has reminded her that there is always going to be darkness in her life, represented by a premonition of her death far off in the future in Germany, but that's not where she is right now. And she's driving off, and she's got racists on the radio and a sign saying this is the end. But she can see this haunted house that is her life, and this drive almost represents her life because it's a linear direction, the beginning of the road to the end of the road.
I like that.
But at the same time, she's not at the end of the road yet, and I feel like life is represented by the fact that she looks behind and sees nothing there, because that's in the past. But also at the same time, sounds about the past infecting the present and the future, and we've been talking about it in a Vonnegutsian way. And the whole idea of seeing life fourth dimensionally, that's expressed in Slaughterhouse 5, is that it liberates you from concern, and it liberates you from worry about the future. That's the famous line from Slaughterhouse 5, so it goes. It is that's what the fourth dimensional beings, the Tralfamadorians, say whenever a bad thing happens or whenever someone dies, because they're fourth dimensional beings, they always knew and always will know that this always have and will have happened.
Yes.
So they say so it goes because it doesn't really matter. Death is just a part of existence. And I feel like I can't say this in a literal way because the song's approaching it in such an abstract way that's represented in adjacent poetic images and not directly. But it's almost like it's the song is expressing a theme in many different iterations, and the theme is, because I have experienced trauma, I know I can make it through that trauma, and that's fine.
Yeah, I feel like the detached perspective is sort of a actualization, but I feel like the album also does not it does not end on a fully happy note just because Phoebe can look on and see both spectrums from that perspective. And I think that, I mean, just as a message for an album to contain without being, you know, just shoving out a bunch of aphorisms about being able to move on. I feel like
It's not about
Phoebe's
being able to move on at all.
writing. No, it's because it could be, or it could be viewed this way. But I think her tackling of this is so much more nuanced, and as a result, it becomes multifaceted. And it was something that here and because if I can piggyback off of anything that Morgan said, which I co-sign literally all the words that he said, in the sense that there is an album that comes along maybe every couple of years, maybe once a year, where it is an album you foresee becoming a part of you, something that becomes in your personal canon that is important to you. And even if it's just is a sound that is so emblematic of my life right now and how I feel and how I've moved on, because I'm not in the throes of everything terrible. I've moved past it a little and can view it. And my perspective, I feel, is filled in by that. And I guess, if anything, the best endorsement I can give is not a breakdown analysis of this narrative or how thoughtful Phoebe's lyrics are, or talking about how beautiful and lush the production is, and how gorgeous it is to actually listen to and to feel like you are just transported into the vivid world that Phoebe manages to create with all of her like exquisitely detailed lyrics and frank bluntness. It is something that helps you escape your problems but simultaneously confront them. And I find something really beautiful in that, and it was something that it filled in something in me, a void. It became I became Phoebe, and making this music became this album. Her desire for connection with something became my desire to connect with something that made me feel something, made me feel like I'd grown from the worst thing that had ever happened to me, and the worst thing that I'd ever felt. And I've never felt like I've heard that so tangibly captured in music before. And I guess the last thing I'll have to say is I wrote extensively on a review of this album. I might link it in the description. And I think my final paragraph says it better than anything I could say. And it's the album ends with an emotional crescendo, the likes of which I've never felt before. It's an sorry.
You're doing great, Jake. You're doing amazingly.
You're doing an amazing job.
Sorry.
Don't apologize, please.
Take a minute if you need to. You know.
Yeah, please do.
I think I've got it. It's an emotional and sonic exorcism of every feeling that the record has, erupting in a wall of noise and distorted screaming, ending squarely on Phoebe's scant, short breaths, as if she had sobbed for hours and finally caught a hold of herself. And the album's euphoric rises on songs like Kyoto and Chinese Satellite are what set it apart from the consistently somber mood on her first album. This is a immaculately structured piece of work that combines her eclectic artistic influences in a way that feels like it could have only been made and written by her. It ebbs and flows from one emotion and one story to the next with fearless aplomb. It's a vulnerable portrait of being broken and learning to pick up your own fractured pieces and moving on anyway. This album feels like it is a very literal way of examining and getting to know your personal demons and casting them out in a cleansing fire that burns you into a cinder, turning you into ash and dust in the hope that someone might one day plant a seed in whatever remains of you, so that something beautiful can grow from such intense punishment and utter annihilation. And that's how I feel.
Oh my god, that's beautiful.
Sorry, I know that was probably super long-winded. I don't know how much time that took
Dude.
up, and I'm
Don't
Yes,
apologize.
that was
sorry.
really, that was like, wow.
Please never
Yeah, I'm
apologize
sorry.
for authentically expressing yourself.
Uh,
Please
Yeah.
never apologize for that.
especially not
Sometimes,
for
like,
doing it so well.
yeah, sometimes
I
like,
tried my
there's
best.
there's just
and
a
it's,
piece of
you know,
art sometimes that just you have to just completely
Yeah.
outline every detail.
Now August's gonna roll up like it's mid.
Can't wait to hear what August thinks.
please do not let my reaction to this hinder anything that you have to say or
Especially
affect it.
'cause I
But
have
if you're giving
thematically-
if you're giving this shit a 1, do it without fear
No,
at all
please.
whatsoever.
I'm very yeah.
I
I'm
don't
very
I'm just
interested in
happy
that.
this album exists and that I can love it.
Yeah.
If the fact somebody else doesn't love it, I can live with it because I
Got it.
still have it.
Mhm.
And
I don't
I'm
want
very
any-
interested to see what August thinks after I somehow managed to thematically connect it to both of our favorite book.
I mean, it's just my connection with this album transcends me caring about what other people think about it.
Yes,
It doesn't matter anymore.
I also don't want it to deter him at all because I don't want to be able to not make fun of him. I did.
August is like, I haven't said a fucking word yet.
It's like people shouldn't make fun of people. I'm like, fuck you, don't take my hobby.
I
But
didn't
proceed.
say a word, okay?
I'm so glad I have
Well,
one for this.
before we start, I've got a statement my listed me to read. It says, if I, Willie August Weirdo, die in the preceding weeks, I want it to be known that my death should not be ruled as a suicide, it should be ruled as a homicide. That was the statement that my lawyer wanted me to read. So, I don't hate this album. I want to make that clear. I don't hate it. But I also don't really like it, is the thing. I must admit, though, I feel that a lot of the emotions presented here, not by the album, but by the people in this podcast I'm with, have been very beautiful to listen to, even if I've had to leave for parts. And I feel it's been very genuine, and I've really appreciated hearing all of that. But you guys are speaking fucking Greek. I don't get this album. I seriously do not get it. I mean, look, Phoebe Bridgers is a beautiful singer. I think that is undeniable.
Mhm.
However, what I find is her singing voice for me, it just is so lacking of like punch or like any focus on any particular song here. She gets an emotion out of me, and that emotion is feeling tired, because when I listen to her sing,
Tyler, you okay?
it feels like I'm hearing a lullaby meant to put me to sleep, and I know that's not at all the tone she's going for, which that's such a dissonance.
I wouldn't necessarily say that's not what let me put it to you this way. I don't think it's not what she's not going for. Like, do you know what I mean, guys?
I know what you mean.
All I know is that August is talking a bunch of shite right now.
I'm
you
very
poor
much
boy.
with you, Morgan. I don't get it.
No,
But I'll look.
well,
I respect
I'm
it.
trying to meet you halfway. I'm
I
trying.
respect
no,
it,
I mean,
and I am
I guess
interjecting as little as possible.
I guess I can concede that yes, there's a dreamlike quality to it, but what I'm saying is I don't think Phoebe Bridgers, the emotion she wants me to feel, is tired. Clearly not, as evidenced by everyone else on the panel discussing the emotions this album evoked in them. And on Twitter, I know Tyler described this album as sparse, which on my first listen I didn't really get, but upon further listens, and I listened to this album a bunch because I really wanted to try and get it. And I think sparse is an apt descriptor, but I would say more barren, honestly. It feels like
This man just described the most textured album of the year as
I
barren.
was gonna say.
No, but it just sounds like those little kind of moments throughout that you guys reference as tone building just felt really distracting, honestly, from the experience. It didn't like enhance the tone, it just made me feel like, what the hell was that? And I play it back and it's just some random sound.
I imagine you sitting in front of a Blade Runner computer, playing the WAV files and just being like, computer, zoom enhance, play it again, trying to find the appeal.
I kind of relate to what August is saying about the texture being distracting, because that's basically how I felt about the Perfume Genius album.
Yeah, and I guess that is more my point. Not necessarily that the album is a big nothing of instrumental palettes, just that I find the texture of it a bit, I don't know, kind of jarring, honestly, with one notable exception of a song I thought was genuinely great on this album. That being Chinese Satellite, which there's that little kind of drum build in the middle of the song that I felt was really immersive, and rather than taking me out of the experience, kind of built it up. And I just wish the album was more moments like that, and not just kind of texture. That didn't really work for me. Instrumental palettes, they were fine. I didn't really love them or hate them either way.
Have you considered that you're listening to music wrong?
I believe
you're watching movies wrong.
Believe me, I have considered it. I
think perhaps the thing is that that four of us are absolutely broken people, and and August is
so true.
More youthful, more full of hope, more.
You have not been thoroughly broken by the world yet.
Do you like
so bad?
Do you like Phoebe Bridgers' Punisher, or are you normal?
Please tweet that, Morgan.
I don't know, that. But the thing is, I don't know if I would like sacrifice all the trauma I've had for the love I have for the album.
Oh, I wouldn't.
The point I'm getting at is that it's a record where, due to its minimalism, the feelings that it evokes, and the mindset that it puts you in, Phoebe's mindset that she shares with you, like, if that's not something you can grasp onto and like really like sink into, then the album really offers pretty much nothing else. Like
that is a fair assessment, honestly. And I think it also
has
to do with the fact that we just enjoy Phoebe's genre more widely. Like August saying that this album is sparse or barren, like, flabbergasted me, because I've been listening to like the Elliott Smith self-titled for the past 4 months, which is nothing but him and an acoustic guitar. Like,
I'm that trans gay whose favorite album is All Hell West Texas. Like
yeah. No, this is the thing for me with indie folk and just folk music and like more like sparser, low-key folk music in general, is that it can be real hit or miss depending on whether I can sink into the mindset of the performer or like feel what they're feeling. And if I can't get that, then no matter how good it is, it'll just roll off me. And it's not just like that genre of music. I guess that's singer-songwriter music in general. Sometimes it just grabs me, like, and sometimes it just doesn't. Like,
a record for the mentally ill, heartbroken people.
Oh, that's me. Hello.
Yeah. So.
Cheers, everybody.
I mean, continuing on, there is.
Oh, must you?
Yes, unfortunately.
Yes.
No, I want to hear.
You
I
fucking
want to hear
asshole.
more. I want to hear
Shut
more.
up.
Let's go.
I'm just going to make August hate me by the end of this. That's my goal.
No, I can't hate you more again.
You have no idea, my friend.
Oh, really?
I have never heard a more confident word from Morgan's mouth than that phrase just now.
Like,
Holy shit.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess I do relate a lot to Tyler's sentiment about not being able to get into the artist's mindset, because that's just extremely how I felt, that I just couldn't gel with a lot of what she was going for, despite having like similar enough experiences to what's being described on this record. I just didn't really get into it. I find it just really, honestly, kind of boring as a whole. And I get that that's not like a substantive criticism for people who don't agree with it, but that's just genuinely my experience, and
Well, yeah, you
it's
can't.
just something I so desperately
I'm
want.
gonna make a prediction, right? Where it's like, if we ever get a substantive fan base on this podcast, right?
They're gonna hate
the
me,
people-
okay?
But no,
Say it.
my point is, if they are coming here for like music criticism that they relate to, that like Jake and Tyler are going to be their favorite members, but if they're coming here for like just hearing people shit on beloved albums, it's going to be August and me they come here for, really, and I'm fine with that.
And everyone can love Morgan.
Well, no, I'm just the wild card. They come to see which side of the thing I fall on, because it's either going to be Jake or Tyler's side or August and Saoirse's side.
Or they'll just come to watch him eat pizza.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? It's your fault for scheduling this at dinner time.
That's fine.
You think I'm gonna not eat for you people?
No, I wasn't saying he shouldn't. It just all I want now is pizza. That's all.
No,
I do
yeah.
too. Fuck.
That is fair.
Anyway,
I know.
August.
Her songwriting, a lot of nice metaphors on there, nice stuff. Doesn't do much for me. I don't know what to say.
It's not incomprehensible, so
No,
I dislike it.
I think we should have, in retrospect, I think we should have let August go first.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's going to be the exact opposite for the next album, I think, because it's like, this is the most I've ever talked about something, and the next album is going to be the least I've ever talked about anything in my whole life, not even just this podcast.
Yeah. But I guess my point is, it's a record I struggle to have feelings on. More kind of like how Morgan spoke about black dresses last week.
Yeah, so much so that you stole my bit.
Yeah, I was actually planning to quote you word for word with this review, but I decided not to. So.
The real appeal of this podcast is that this is a Death Note style mind game where we are constantly looking to fuck with the other people here.
Not untrue. And last week, Tyler won over me. I
Tyler's good at winning.
I fought and I lost.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys just want to move on?
Yeah, let's do our favorite tracks and scores.
Only if you're done. I mean, I'm going to.
I don't have anything else to say. Is the thing.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I don't know what to say. Is the thing.
Look, this is already probably the longest segment we've ever had.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't want
You're
my-
welcome.
I don't want
For
my
sure.
relentless mockery to dissuade you from saying your feelings.
No, that's the thing. I don't have feelings.
Okay.
About-
August
Can I just
2020, I don't have
August,
feelings.
I don't have feelings.
No,
That's really the
that
source of the
joke,
problem,
Jake.
isn't it?
no,
That's
that
the
is
thumbnail for this episode.
that is the source of all of my problems that everyone in my life comments on. August, you don't have feelings. And on that note, Jake, what are your 3 favorite songs?
I fucking love you, man. Let's see. This is difficult, just because it's like, picking children doesn't. This is like Sophie's Choice, but with more children. Like if I had to pick one more than one to leave behind and more than one to take
And
with
like
me.
if children were better, just in general.
So I'm gonna say the 3 songs that impacted me emotionally the most. I will say I Know the End, Punisher, and Chinese Satellite.
Just so you know,
You
Jake, I've already
didn't even
put
say
your
Moon
rating in the Google Doc.
What?
Just so you know, I've already put your rating in the Google Doc.
Oh
so I know
yeah,
what
and
it's gonna be.
it's a 10 out of 10 in my
Yeah.
album of the year. And if
Jake,
anything, just
Jake,
runs.
Jake, what is your least favorite track?
I don't have one, not available. I'm pulling a Morgan with Run the Jewels. There is no least favorite track. But that being said, if there hand to God on this podcast, if there is an album released in 2020 that I like more than Punisher, I will drink a shot glass of my own piss.
I will hold you to
Holy
that.
shit.
Do it.
Internet shake on that, Jake.
Shaking it.
There we go.
I am a witness. I signed the documents. Here we are.
Okay. I'll go next if that's all right.
Yeah. 3 favorite songs are
3 favorite
Chinese
songs.
Satellite, Chinese Satellite, and Chinese Satellite.
Boom. Hiss.
And my least favorite song is
All of them.
the in one, I guess. DVD Menu. Sure.
A closer?
No, he said DVD menu.
Oh,
no.
I thought he said. I thought.
DVD Menu.
Once again, God cutting off August's signal.
Yeah, I know, right?
Just being like, I don't know about this one.
This ain't it, Chief. It's enough from you.
But I'm just saying, I know August likes lo-fi ambient music, but does that have to apply to the microphone he uses to transmit this podcast?
August is just like he's that fucking Rage comic with the normal face over the crying face.
All right.
And my rating for this album, I'll give it a 0 out of 10.
Fuck off. Give me a real fucking rating. Sat through 2 hours to wait for this rating.
I'd like to make it clear I don't actually think it's a 0, but I'm not changing it.
August.
I mean, let's call it what it is, folks. Sexism. August hates women.
What is your fucking rating, August?
Of course you don't.
Give us a real rating, or everything can't be a big
He said
fuck.
ambivalent. Put it as a 5.
Five.
Okay, all right. It's a 5.
I mean, that's what we had to do with Morgan when he was just like, "Oh fucking no," he's just 5.
5.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand how annoying that was. I formally apologize.
No,
Wow.
it was good. That's why.
Right.
All right. Speaking of Morgan's ratings,
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell do you think?
What are your favorite songs?
So top 3 are, God, this is difficult. It changes daily, that's the problem, really.
I have cried to each of these individually on different album lists.
Yep.
yeah, huh? I've just cried to the musical quality of DVD Menu without any words.
Yeah, so number 1 probably be Chinese Satellite, and then number 2 is Moon Song, because that is just such a deeply personal bit of songwriting.
Yeah.
That cuts me right to my core. And number 3, probably Graceland 2.
Good shout out
Nice.
to Graceland.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it.
Again, least favorite is not available. Even more so in the case. I wish I hadn't used that up for Run the Jewels, because that makes my not available for least favorite on that album look like tawdry in comparison.
I love that you
I'm
say
guessing
words
it's a 10.
tawdry.
Well, yeah, it is.
Yeah, good. All right, so that's me. Then, my favorite is Garden Song because, of course, it is. Then it's I Know the End and Kyoto, and my least favorite is Punisher, but it's still a great song. And I'm going to give the album my first 10 of the podcast.
Oh, and this is the first time we've covered my album of the year on the podcast episode, so that's another milestone.
Isn't that nice to cover someone's album of the year? Boy, I sure do loving that.
I mean, considering how much August likes music, this probably is his album of the year.
August, if you want to suggest an album that you think is going to be your favorite of the year to cover coming up, do that.
God, please. I want August to drop a 10 on this show so fucking bad. Like, man.
It's going to happen in like 50 episodes. Let's be real.
Well, I mean, the caveat has to be it can't involve Cedric Bixler Zavala or Omar Rodriguez Lopez.
Yeah, it'll be the Mars Volta reunion album.
It will be at this point, honestly.
I'll allow Brian Eno, but...
No, he hasn't made anything good since like the 80s or 90s.
Well, little birdie tells me that Autocare finished their new records, so they could be coming at some point.
I'm lying.
Anyway, speaking of Tyler saying things.
Whoa!
Radical!
Who would have thought I would do that? I never do that. I never say
if this is going to be our highest average.
You never talk for 72
This
minutes
is
about albums.
already our highest average.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay, so through here songs, I agree with Saoirse. I think the best song on the record is Garden Song. It's my favorite. Second will probably be Moon Song. And then third is a toughie. I'm gonna say Halloween.
Shout out to Halloween. Love to see it.
And I shock horror. I do actually have a least favorite track. Like, I think there's one track on the record that doesn't quite. I still like it quite a bit actually. And it adds it's sonically it's a nice kind of counterpoint in terms of where it sits and how it sounds, but I do think that it's kind of less essential and it's kind of grown off me a little bit, and that's I See You. It's good, it's a good song, it just doesn't quite hit me the same way that every single other song on the record does. That said, I'm still going to give the record an emphatic 10 out of 10.
Let's go!
Guys,
and
guys,
that was a tough decision, but I'm sticking with
do you want to know what our average is, guys?
A
9.
Nice.
Perfect 9.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Oh, wow. That's the highest so far. It's our first to break a 9.
How spectacularly on
Also,
brand.
there's something I've noticed, right, is that Tyler and I tend to look at music from totally different perspectives, but we agree a lot. Like a lot about it. I don't know. I think that's really interesting.
Same goes for me in August.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool, fun
You have like a graph.
dynamic that we have.
Wait, no, August did make a graph. I
did
forgot.
make a graph.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go to the toilet and then I'm going to talk about sports team.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm probably the only... There we go, we're recording. I'm probably the only person who had a familiarity with this band before
believe so.
listening to this album. So basically, how Sports Scene came to my attention is someone sent one of their songs to a podcast I listened to, and I thought it was really good. But what I would say is that they had an EP which I listened to, and it's like fine. It's nothing special. But then the songs they were releasing in lead up to this album, songs like Fishing and The Races, I thought were much better than the EP. And then they drop this single called Here's the Thing. And the music video is really energetic. And I fucking adored this song so much. And when we decided to cover
really
this, it was on the basis of the song Here's the Thing. It's like this, for people who don't know and are listening to this episode, it's just this reel off of lines that probably the character from the following song, The Races, would say, followed by the refrain, it's just lies. And it's songs like corporations care for the people they employ. Discrimination doesn't happen anymore. I'm falling into the song now because I just find it so catchy.
Yeah.
Even though I feel like the album isn't as good as that song is going to be on like my list of favorite songs of the year come the end of the year. The album has a big vibe of like Britpop revival. It's deeply indebted to Blur. It's this band's debut
totally.
album.
Parklife is all over this.
Yeah,
that explains a lot.
I thought specifically Country House by Blur.
Oh yeah.
Especially in like the observational critique of the upper classes, which is all over this album.
Yeah.
And actually in a similar way to Down and Album, it's like simultaneously outside of that culture, but knowing, and it knows the culture really well and has grown up alongside it. I actually think that some of the album's best qualities and worst qualities are when they are homaging Damon Albarn's style of music, especially in the Blur era.
Yeah.
It opens with this song called Lando, which I think is an amazing way to open this album. It's like immediately, it doesn't really have an intro, just get straight into it, and it's loud and brash, and it throws you right into the deep end. I really like that song. And then we get through Here It Comes Again and Going Soft, which I think begin to introduce the fact that this is not just pulling from Blur, but also from a lot of British pop rock and alternative rock bands from the last few years, like Arctic Monkeys. Sort of their first couple of albums is big in this, and the Wombats is really big in this. I love the Wombats with a deep passion. What really drew me in from the first song, though, is they referenced three towns in quick succession: Aldershot, Camberley, and Staines. I went to just finish going to university in this town called Farnham, which is next door to Aldershot. It's the next town over. Camberley is the next town over from that, and Staines is like on. It's like they're describing the train line to London from Aldershot onwards, and the idea of London being a romantic adjacent to these towns is a constant idea in the album. It's a line that occurs where it's like you could just go to London, and the fact is it's like that area of the southeast, it does alternate between towns like where I went to university, Farnham, which is incredibly gentrified, incredibly posh, and the next town over, Aldershot, which used to be a big cultural hub, but then when the 2008 recession hit, it just went to shit. And that idea of how sort of almost like a sense of a thriving culture in the Southwest has fallen apart since then is a recurring theme on the album. I almost feel bad asking guys to listen to this because, like, I feel so in tune with what this album is saying just by being British. Like, I feel bad asking you guys to listen to it almost.
I don't think you should feel bad. It's a very short record and it's a very pleasant record to listen to. I have lots of positive things to say about it, actually.
Sure, no, I'm glad. But like a song like The Races, where I have been taken to the races, and I have met people like the people described in that song at the races. There's a amazing line in The Races where they describe this character as he'll never buy you a drink, but he'll let you know he can, which I laughed out loud at that line. So wow. And there are lots of British papers like The Sun and the Daily Mail where headlines could be individual lines. And here's the thing. I don't think the album's perfect. I think it's very clearly a first album by a band who have not yet found their own voice. The fact they are so clearly indebted to Blur and from British pop music for the last few years, it really shows, especially when you get songs like I can't be bothered to find a specific song now, but there are songs when you'll hear the braggadocious nature of Blur and Alex Turner come through, where I don't need that in this song, and it kind of ruins the flow. And it feels like the songwriting isn't as cohesive as it is in Here's the Thing, but it's way more cohesive and way more hooky and way more catchy than the EP that they put out. And this is why I wanted to talk about them, not because I expected this album to be great, because I thought the band had a lot of potential, and I wanted to get us in at the start what I completely believe could be a really great career. It's not like the Biffy Clyro album I've asked us to talk about, where I also don't expect that album to be great. it's just that's an amazing band who and I think we should talk about them even if the album isn't the best thing they put out.
Yeah. Well, I think this band could quite well become a great band. Like there's definitely the potential there in this music. So I think it's not like necessarily a bad idea to talk about this at all. Don't
Sure.
feel bad.
I would just say that the biggest hit that's come off of this album is the fourth song, Camel Crew, which is a song I don't really like that much at all. I'm surprised it's the biggest hit. There's a line in the song that says, "This dialogue is badly written and cheap," and I'm like that can speak for the lines on this song.
I didn't really care for this song that much.
Yeah, this is self-critique. There was only one song on the album that I think is generally bad. And it's the second to last one. It's Kutcher. I hate that song so much. I hate it. It's just so obnoxious and annoying. But then it goes into the last song of the album, Stations of the Cross, which is one of my favorite songs. It's very Kaiser Chiefs. It's very smooth. It's very groovy. I feel like it's a real sonic tonic compared to the rest of the album. It's a very different sound. And considering how obvious the influences are on the rest of the album, I'm very glad to see them trying to explore new ground on that song. I love the song Born Sugar, and I think that's a very interesting song because on the surface that really looks like a song that's just about going out and having fun, but the title kind of gives it away, and the fact that it's in an album that is about taking pot shots at the British bourgeois is very interesting. And with that title, Born Sugar, it's like, this is not just a song about someone going away and taking the time off after a hard time. It's a song about the fact that people have the privilege to be able to do that. And I think that's really clever. The song Fishing, I really like. It was one of the singles on the build-up, but I think it is flawed. I think that's an example of where they show their potential without the songwriting being as polished as it could be. I love the riffs, but the hook, it doesn't lead into anything. It's just the end of a verse, and it just feels a bit not quite pulled together in the way the kind of pop songs that are on this album need to be. I think though ultimately it's a really smart move to release this in the British summer. It's a summer album. They even have a song on here called Long Hot Summer that I was listening to, very aware of the fact I was sweating through my shirt today. And it's...
I just changed my shirt.
Yeah, honestly. My summary of this is I like it. I think I might like it the most of anyone at this table, but I'm not sure because I haven't heard what you guys think yet. But I'm glad we're talking about it because I'm glad we're getting on the train of this band early. But at the same time, this is not... I regard the example of Catfish and the Bottlemen, who kind of broke on the British pop scene a few years ago, where that was an album that had a lot of very polished pop rock songs on it. They had a bit of an indie vibe. The sound was in the zeitgeist, and that was really why they were popular. But as I was listening to the album, I knew that there wasn't much more to these songs other than the immediate appeal. They wouldn't really have the staying power. I feel the opposite about this album, where I feel like it's not there yet, but I think the bands stay the longest in the limelight are the ones that get there gradually through slow self-improvement. I think this band are ripe for that.
I will go last, actually, I think, because I feel like I'm going to mirror your opinion in a lot of ways. So we'll let the voices, I suspect, Tyler, that will be a bit more ambivalent to go first.
Tyler, let me just... I just kind of think this album's annoying.
Oh.
Well, this album thinks that you're annoying, to be honest.
He's dead.
I can see that.
And he's gone.
Dead, Jim.
Track. From the opening track, I just...
Oh, he's back.
It just kind of... Oh, no. Am I back?
You're back now. Yeah.
Oh, geez. Okay. From the opening track, it just kind of like... It's like the vocal... It's like listening to a song where the vocals and the instrumentation are in two separate audio channels. Just because, not because they're mixed badly, but just because it's like fucking the guitar going and the guy's just like fucking ranting and rambling about a bunch of bullshit. And I'm just like, dude, if I wanted to listen to a guy complain about all of this shit in in really smart, kind of witty, didactic ways with some strong punk music, I'd go back and listen to Jeff Rosenstock. This, on the other hand, it's a really unkempt record, and not in the way I feel like something like this should be. It's just very, like, I completely understand what's going for, and I completely understand its appeal. That being said, it just went right over my head. In one ear,
that's exactly
out
how
the
I
other.
feel
I
about
was just
Between
like,
the Buried and Me, so...
Well, the thing about it is that the music here, it lacked like the lyrics, especially, just sort of like they're not like bad most of the time, but like I just sort of like, it's just something that I was just like, yeah, I just sort of feel like any band could have written this and performed this in this way, in this sort of like raw, really energetic kind of way. Like, I like it. Does this have two singers?
Yes.
Okay. I like one distinctly more than the other. The main guy on, I think, the song Here Is the Thing, I like
Okay, so here's the thing, it's an interesting one, because the two singers have equal singing duties on that song, and they swap roles halfway through.
Okay.
So you have this guy who does most of the songs, who is doing the response to the call for the first half, where the other singer is doing the here's the thing. If you smile enough, then everybody smiles. That guy is the
not that guy.
singer.
I liked the not that guy.
Yeah.
He was good.
So the other guy
dude,
is
I was just kind of like, I was just like, look, I feel like a 90-year-old man saying this, but it's just like, I just hear a bunch of kids. I just hear a bunch of kids shouting at me with acoustic guitars, and I'm like,
can you really use acoustic guitars though?
Or, man, what the fuck ever.
Yeah.
Whatever instrument they were using to try and get off their aggression, which didn't really come through in the production, if I'm being totally honest. It just it feels like a very amateur effort. I'm sure they can build on this and make it more interesting and rambly. Like, I do not inherently dislike any of the things about this album that do not appeal to me. They just appeal to me when they are executed by people who do this stuff better. And that is literally all I have to say, because I did not, like, this went over me like a stiff breeze. It had no impact on me whatsoever, and I listened to it 4 times. Okay. So, like,
just want to point out,
I'm done.
I just want to point out for a second there that Tyler looked like somebody called him a very mean thing right to his face, and it cut him deep.
All right. I'll reserve my comments.
Do you give me a kiss, you make it better.
I wish I was as drunk as you were.
I think August wants to say something.
Yeah, let's let August.
Let's let August talk.
Can I just
go on, trash us out?
Hang on.
Morgan.
My thoughts are pretty much as brief as Jake's, and I don't want to have to follow whatever August is about to do. I will say that my thoughts more or less are the same as Jake's thoughts, although they do lean a bit more positively. I think the biggest thing about this album is that it shows potential. In many ways, it reminds me of the first Manic Street Preachers album, in that there's some stuff I really like on it, and that if they continued in that direction, they could become a band I very much love. Now, Manic Street Preachers obviously went in a completely different direction, and we're all the better for it. But I think if they build on the sort of dance punk, early 90s Britpop type hybrid they have here, they could really have something special. I particularly enjoy the songs Here It Comes Again, Going Soft, and Fishing. Those are the 3 I have written down. And just the songs that are more in that vein, I guess, are the parts of the album that I prefer. That said, Here's the Thing is absolutely terrible. It sucks, and I hate it. It's a shameless riff on Blur's Park Life, a song I already don't like, and it is so much worse in every way than that song, and I can't stand it. So essentially what we're left with here is a group of songs that are strongest when they're clearly finding their own voice, and songs where they are shamelessly cribbing from the people they take obvious inspiration from is where they come off worse. So it just leaves it in
I
kind of
completely
a
agree with that sentence.
into more space. Like, I struggle to remember very much about it. I'll never return to it after the 3 listens I put in, and I look forward to what they do next. But outside of this,
You know, Morgan, it's interesting.
I have a question for you guys, though. Do you think we should cover what they do next?
oh
I
yeah,
mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. See,
I wouldn't be opposed to it at all.
for sure.
to be a bit more like, not to like, you know, reiterate myself, but like the experience I had with this album is that the first time I listened to it, I was a little bit more with it. But like once the surprise of what the album was and like its rougher edges sort of like dulled against me, it became like going back to it over and over again just sort of became a chore. Like the first time it's just like, oh, this is like I get this is youthful, this is energetic, this is you know, they're really going for something here. And then once I took that into account, every subsequent listen was like 10 times more boring. And I was just like, yeah, it's fine, I guess.
Amazing that an album that is only 36 minutes feels a little too long.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign.
I don't think that it feels long. It's just that it doesn't quite have, like, the songs aren't quite always there. Like, it's a perfect length. It just the worst songs just need to be better. But that's really
you're right.
Yeah.
I suppose that's really what I mean.
Yeah.
And some of the songs just need to be shorter because they're way too fucking repetitive. Like some songs just assault you with a refrain. It's just like, thanks, I got it.
See, I think that's an aspect of the album that I quite like, because I tend to enjoy it more when they find catchy elements like that and they kind of turn them into little like call and response refrains. All right, I want to hear August's thoughts before I get into it.
This is the main event.
All right.
Go on, destroy this shit, August. I'm excited.
Now look, these kids on this album are the motherfuckers at the party who say, "Oi, I'ma play you something you never heard. Today is gonna be the day we throw it back to you."
And that's the video demonetized. Thank you. No ad revenue for us.
I did not like this album one bit.
That's fine.
I find the singers, both of them, to be completely annoying. They have the most grating voices of all time, and it just makes me want to shove my fist so darn far down their throats that they can no longer produce noise, because they make me want to tear off my ears, and I'm already half deaf. So
What do you like? What do you think of like British singers in general? Like, what do you think when you listen to like Idols or something? Like, because I don't really see a million miles
I
of
haven't heard an
difference.
Idols album, so
I feel like he'd be okay with Idols just because like
Right.
Joe Talbot's voice is like a parody of itself, and it's so fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
but I would just say, like,
so
what they are
sweet.
doing with the vocals and and it's correct to sort of pull on Idols, because Idols are pastiching the tradition with the vocals they do. But what they're doing in the song is a long and well-worn tradition in British pop singing.
Yeah, like there's
that
clearly,
tradition's
like,
not very good now, is it?
yeah.
Well, no, there's clearly the same kind of like self-aware sort of like satirical commentary on this record. I think like it's just not as extreme. Saoirse, you already talked like really like eloquently about some of the tracks that have more kind of explicit commentary, like Here's the Thing and Born Sugar. So I think like this record has a bit more depth to it, like topically and in terms of the way that it's constructed than perhaps it's being given credit.
No, and I think
gotta
that's
agree with that.
fine. I'm not British though, so it all
Well, neither
goes
am I,
right
so,
over my
but-
head. Oops and bounds. Well, you're like Prison Island British, okay? So
You're like
same
British
bit.
by a second cousin,
Thank
like
you.
British by marriage.
It's very
Yeah,
rare that
the
British
worst thing about that,
picked
Morgan,
up
is that
for
you're
their
pretty much just
colonialism,
spot
so
on,
thank
I am
you.
British, essentially.
Yep.
A
just
Brit who
apologize.
hates Oasis.
And I would.
I like their first two albums. I don't know how many times I have to say that I like their first two albums for you to believe me, but I swear I do.
I mean, those are their
I just don't
good
think they're the next
albums,
best
so
thing
what
since
more do
fucking
you
sliced
want?
bread.
Either.
Well,
And Be Here Now
We thought
sounds
we were
like a
gonna get
fucking
nothing out of
toilet.
this album.
Continuing on.
Can I just make a legitimate counterpoint to Tyler's point, just
No,
very
you
briefly?
Please, no, go
You're
ahead.
not allowed
Go
to.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Who's won the battle this week? Who's the broken man screaming at me to shut up?
Oh!
Oh my, how the tables have turned. My point
Make your point.
is just that I would say that these are well-worn sort of British traditions, and there's depth there, but it's also just depth that has been covered so often now by like Pulp and Blur and
Sure.
every artist of that ilk.
Sure.
That's my only counterpoint.
Yeah.
They have the musicianship to back their shallowness up.
I mean, the thing is, this is like, if you listen to this album and you are new to music and you come across this album and you like it, I would say you have a whole like 20 albums that are better than it that it's taking from. Yeah. But I still think it's still like an album I enjoy listening to, even if I feel like it doesn't necessarily stand alone from its influences. I feel like it really demonstrates talent.
Totally.
No,
and I would agree.
We were interrupting you. Sorry.
Yes, if I make that, bringing up the instrumentation is a great point, because that leads exactly to my next big umbrella issue with this album, is that so many of the riffs are just repeated on various songs. Like, they sound the goddamn same on quite a couple songs. And look, there are bands that have done that, like Shinsei Kamate-chan, which is a band I fucking love. But the difference there is that band has insane, immense production, and this album is produced about as generically as you could get with any post-punk revival album. And yeah, that's the other thing. It just has kind of anti-energy, where I feel you guys spoke to the qualities of it being really energetic. When I hear this, it just sounds like a bunch of idiots screaming without like any real purpose or backing to what they're doing. Just shouting, "Get off of my lawn, you fucking kids."
Says the 16-year-old.
I was about to say, said the fucking child.
Tyler was making the Fantano "Come on, son" face.
Yeah,
that's the face for the thumbnail.
Yeah.
No, and
Come
I
on,
mean,
son.
Look, they're not even the worst post-punk revival band. With like,
they're not a post-punk revival band. What are you listening to?
Sound so much like it aesthetically and sonically. I swear they are.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the fact that there are post-punk inflections on some of the vocal performances and some aspects of the track, but I think this is a far cry from a post-punk revival album.
I described it as a Britpop revival album, and I will stand by that, to be honest.
Okay. Well,
it's definitely like a Britpop revival album that sounds like
it
sounds like the current era. Like
I'd call it Brit punk, honestly, just because it has that spirit.
Can we just call it indie rock and move on?
Well, yeah, it's indie rock. All right.
Indie rock. It's bad indie rock, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Like Saoirse said, it's just a very British thing. That when I hear songs like Kutcher or whatever, I'm like,
I mean, that
wow,
song sucks. So
that
pretty
song
bad.
Really
sucks.
do.
You really do be like that.
Sucks major asshole, honestly. Gosh, it's just
ground control to major asshole.
Looking through the track list, I can't find a song I like, or a song that I haven't said every bit of criticism I could say for, essentially.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if one song doesn't do it for you on this album, the rest of the album is not going to change your mind.
No.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why I kind of agree with Morgan's thing about this feeling too long, even though it's only 36 minutes, because just so many of the tracks could just be cut down in a way that would make them feel better and flow better. Anyways,
It
here's
also-
Wonderwall.
It also really is just that the bad songs need to be better.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's almost a meaningless statement.
I mean,
the
you can
thing-
say that about
what-
any album.
Yeah.
What I
exactly.
would say is like I would say the bad songs on this album should have been cut and left off of the album, but there are songs that could be really good if very small things were changed about them,
Yeah.
and they haven't been.
No, it's
Yeah.
a debut in every sense of the word. And yet
Yeah.
they throw pot shots at bands like Black Midi and HTMLD. I think that's the name of them, HTMLD. They throw pot shots at them on this record, like, oh, you got signed to a label first, but we a better band. It's like, shut up, no you are. Get out of my face.
I didn't even like Schlagenheim that much, and Black Midi has a lot more going for them than this band.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I'm super excited
Schlagenheim-
for their new record whenever it comes out.
No, I mean, I like Schlagenheim and that HTMLD record, which I haven't played a ton, but I remember thinking it was good.
Yeah, it's all right.
More like Black Mid-E.
Yeah.
I haven't heard them.
Anyway, I feel I wonder what Tyler thinks of the album.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hear
well,
what the other Brit has to say.
here's the thing.
If you smile enough,
It's like the song.
Yeah, I was gonna
I like
go-
the song.
Oh!
It's like
Stole
the
my
title of the
I set
song.
you up.
Pull the bit.
I'm really irritated because I think this album is perfectly average, yet I feel like I have to defend it because I think you're all being too harsh on it. I think there are a lot of things, except for Saoirse, I pretty much agree with you on a lot of counts. I think this record has a lot of things going for it. There are quite a few songs on here I genuinely love. I think Lander is a really propulsive opener. It's like a barnstorming indie rock song that has a lot of great energy, a superb vocal performance, really, really great stuff. Here It Comes Again is even better. It's a really charismatic track that has really catchy vocals. Like I get the I've been working up a sweat stuck in my head like really easily. And I've heard this record a few times now. And it's emblematic. This track is emblematic of what I really like about this record is that it has a really great sense of personality to it. Like, yeah, the personality is cribbed a little bit from Park Life era Blur. Like you can see the roots of the music, like the seams of the album, like that its influences are stitched into it. Those seams are very visible. I fucked that metaphor up. Anyway, I also think one point of contention that a couple of people have raised that I find really hard to understand is any issues with the production on this record, because I think it's immaculately produced. I think it sounds great. Like it's really crisp. Every element of the mix on all the tracks sounds really, really superb. It's great. It's really, really well produced. Going Soft is another really catchy and energetic, fun song. Although I will say at this point in the album, and particularly in the next few tracks after it, it's where the limitations of their ability so far or of their songwriting start to become clear, because it is a point where a lot of it begins to sound derivative. But I will say that I give them credit because the performances on songs like Going Soft and The Races and Stations of the Cross, songs that I'm mixed on but like, are really, really like, there's passion in the performances there. They're really playing, they're great at playing their instruments, and it's just the songwriting needs work. One I do want to really highlight Born Sugar though, because that is another song I really, really love. I love the vocal melodies on that track. I love how catchy it is. I love the sharp and sort of cutting commentary on British society and like the bourgeois that Saoirse's already talked about. I think that's a really great song. It would have, I don't know if it was a single choice, but I kind of wish it was, because it was a really, really good song.
It wasn't, unfortunately, but it should have
Yeah, really super good. I don't particularly care for pretty much any of the other songs. Camel Crew and Long Hot Summer are pleasant enough indie rock slices, but don't really do anything for me. Fishing and Kutcher I find both not only not memorable, but actively irritating. So I'm sorry to say that. And yeah, it's just like, I'm a bit conflicted because the songs I like, I really, really, really like, and I think that they get every element right. But it's just that not all the record is as good as its best songs. Really, it's kind of a boring criticism, probably a boring review for me to give. Really, that like that, but it just is the simple truth of it.
Maybe if
But
the
yeah, I
album
just-
was more interesting.
Well, I was going to say, it's your argument is in favor of it being more consistent. That's just kind of what you wanted.
Myself personally.
I just like before today I was kind of thinking a bit more negatively, but just after hearing like some people really go after it, I just feel a little bit like I should stand up for it a little bit, because I think that it
Okay, here's what I want to
not
say.
like
real
an
quick.
it's not an incompetent record at all. Like it's just a good solid debut.
Well, you're wrong.
Let me get to my quick points.
Damn,
In that I
guess
don't
I'm
think this
wrong.
album has bad production. I just don't think it has like
Mid, is
crazy,
what you're saying.
exceptional production. It's just
Yeah.
it's good, but I don't think it's like the next best thing since sliced bread.
No, for sure.
No,
I
sure.
think it's as well produced as the material could be. Like, I think, you know what I mean? It's not, the production's not like off the wall insane, but like it doesn't have to be to serve these songs. Like, what I'm saying is that for an indie rock record, I think it sounds really crisp and really like easy on the ears. Yeah.
I would just say, like, I did not expect this kind of reaction to the album when I asked that we review it, because, like I said, I didn't ask us to review this record thinking we'd all love it. It was just like, I feel like this is a band with a lot of potential at the start of their career that I want to highlight.
Yeah, and I agree. And I also want to say that part of the reason why I like the song Here's the Thing, and it's completely irrelevant to the song itself, is simply the fact that Proto Martyr have a song.
I was gonna fucking say that. I
Proto
love
Martyr
that
have
song.
a song that's also called Here Is the Thing, and there are elements of this band that remind me a little bit of Proto Martyr, even though Proto Martyr are a much, much better band.
Relatives in Descent.
Yeah, Relatives in
Rips.
Descent. Literally, Relatives in Descent is a strong 10. Like if we had reviewed that when
I love that take. Like I don't know if I would agree that it's a 10, but it's a damn good fucking album.
If we were doing this when that came out, I would have dropped it. I would have given the 10 on the podcast.
Hell
And
yeah.
I'm so looking forward to the new one that's coming.
Anyway.
Hell yeah.
Anyway.
Well,
Maybe we can drop a 10 for that one.
shall we move towards our ratings?
August
August
is trying to
August has
speak.
got one more thing to say. and he
I've
can't
got
speak.
one more thing to say, please.
Yeah.
Just to kind of make my opinion of this record make a bit more sense is that, and I might speak for Jake and Morgan too on this, in that I don't think the performative qualities on this record are bad. I think they're decent. I just find them very obnoxious is the thing. And
Oh, you made that
that
clear.
is okay.
Yeah, you did. You
Good.
did.
I wanted to make that extra clear because I did feel as if I might have not made that clear enough.
Yeah, you hate British people. We get it. Like it's.
Yeah, I know I do.
August is a terrible racist, is what we're saying.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm a
who can blame
racist.
him?
I'm a sexist. What am I not? At this
Look, it's really easy to hate British people.
This
I get it.
is a podcast completely composed of sad bisexuals, and he's homophobic.
And I'm one of you.
Yeah. Like,
So you want to talk about ratings?
Yeah, let's do that.
let's do ratings. What order should we
because-
go in?
Jams and tea.
No, backwards.
Backwards jams and tea it is.
Somebody
Toiler.
make a decision.
so I'll go.
Tyler,
first.
what do you think of the album? Go on.
I've already said that. My three favorite tracks are Here It Comes Again, Born Sugar, and Lander, in that order. And my least favorite track is Kutcher, and I will give this album I have been tossing up between a 6.5 and a 7, but I'll give it a 6.5.
Okay, so my 3 favorite tracks were in no particular order. Here's the Thing, The Races, and Stations of the Cross, probably. And I'm going to give this a 7.5. Oh, my least favorite song was Kutcher. It sucks.
You do.
I do.
I really do, though.
Terrible song.
So my favorite tracks are Here It Comes Again, Going Soft, and Fishing. And my least favorites, I'm stuck between Here's the Thing and Kutcher. I think that Kutcher is a worse song, but like I probably don't hate it as much as I hate Here's the Thing, just almost on principle. So I'm just going to say both of them.
Okay.
And for a rating, I'm feeling like the lightest of 6s.
Mm-hmm.
It's higher than expected, though.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like I didn't properly emphasize the parts of this album that I do like. Because, I mean, everything that Tyler listed as like a super high positive, I do also think is a super high positive. But it's just severely weighed down by the parts of it that are not up to that par.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, me.
Yeah.
Favorite tracks. I lied about not liking any songs on here because I guess I thought the opener was all right. Orange Sugar's not bad. Kutcher sucks. That's my least favorite. Rating wise, I'm torn between a 3 and a 3.5. And I feel I don't know if I should go nice because this is a debut or go mean because it's on brand.
Let's go what you feel.
Well, he feels
Listen
both.
to your heart.
Well,
That's the problem.
Fine, I'll give it a... Oh yeah, I don't have a heart, so that helps. Fuck it, 3.
Cool.
3 out of 10.
That is the
Just good.
lowest rating you've given to a new release so far, somehow.
Is this going to be our lowest average?
I
Well,
don't
maybe.
think so.
It
might
all
be,
hinges
depending on
on
what I
Jake.
give it.
It all
Oh,
hinges
No, it
on
won't
God.
be.
Well, I mean, if it's all going to hinge on me, I guess it's only appropriate that I give the lightest of 5 out of 10s to it. I guess my favorite tracks are Races, Born Sugar, and like, I don't know, I like Stations of the Cross just fine. And yeah, Kutcher's a fuck awful song. So yeah, that's my favorite.
There are
Nothing on me!
3 albums with rated worse.
Oh,
well, that's good.
The Farrah Abrams, the Freddie Gibbs, and the 1975.
Farrah Abraham deserved better.
I love how two of those albums, I also gave a 6.5.
you poor bastard.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the lowest rating I've given so far. I really need
I
to...
suppose
Like a positive average.
Tyler has to stop being nice.
Now
Well, we have to start reviewing albums I like.
Well, we have to start reviewing albums I like, clearly.
That's, first of all,
August,
that's impossible.
you can suggest albums you want to talk about.
Secondly,
I wrote one in the Google Doc, and it is coming out in like 10 months or something.
Oh, good.
Well, we can look forward to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
An ambient drone album.
Let's move from the debut album, a very kind of sparse and simple little project, a humble offering, and move, to, of course, to the type. Wow.
Can you just give me a sec before we do this?
No.
Well, I'm gonna go anyway. So.
Okay.
Okay.
And now we are in the recommended album section.
All right.
This week we
Album
have
club.
Morgan.
Word.
Do we have any messages from listeners about this album?
Not that I saw.
We don't have,
let's go on anyway.
We don't have fans yet, so.
But we will get there one day. As long as we keep asking for them to answer, one day they will come.
Yeah.
If you build it, they will come.
So, I mean, the Buried in Me.
If you're with us at this point, we love you.
Yes. And at Morgan.
Between the Buried and Me are a progressive metal act, American progressive metal act. They're real good. I was not prepared at all for this. I should have been.
Colors is their fourth album.
This is their fourth album. This is coming off of their sort of what was perceived as the sort of pinnacle of their style thus far, Alaska. And then they rolled into this, which then became the pinnacle of their sound in most people's eyes, Colors, which is the album that we are discussing here today and is my recommendation. Because, boy howdy, am I a fan.
Really?
Of the band and the album. Just
Yes.
love it to bits.
Yes.
Is this your favorite Between the Buried and Me?
No.
I'm trying to see if I can remember what it is. Is it a... No, Silent Circus?
No.
Alaska?
No.
Fuck. I don't know.
Self-titled.
What?
They're self-titled.
No.
Well,
This is a stupid game. Let's move on.
yeah, let's talk about the actual album now,
Yeah.
which is a, progressive metal. And Between the Buried and Me are known for also being very, they're kind of metalcore inspired, metalcore adjacent.
I would say that the first two albums, definitely the first one is a straight up metalcore album.
Yeah.
And Silent Circus sort of dances with the progginess a little bit, but is still mostly just focused on blasting your face off. And then Alaska is pretty much a prog metal album with just metalcore influences. It's like it shifts from metalcore with prog influences to prog metal with metalcore influences.
Yeah.
So I want to hear from August 1st.
Really?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Okay.
No clue what you would think.
Well, Between the Buried and Me, I was like vaguely familiar with the group just on the level of like I had heard the band's name, and I've never been a big metalcore guy, so I didn't really have many expectations going into this. And that being said, I really love it.
Yeah.
I found the opening track, Foamborn A, to be this kind of beautiful, slow build up into this kind of just massive world. And then when like 2/3 through that track, it just goes into this heavy, progressive metal riff. It just is like, yes! It just transports you into this world, and it's just such a phenomenal moment that it kind of blew my mind the first time I listened to it, and I was really
that.
floored. Yeah, I'm gonna look up the track list real quick just so I can.
It's definitely an album that, like, at least in retrospect now, I could just be like, it makes sense August would love it just because it has the hallmarks of it. It also means you're probably going to like Devin Townsend and Strapping Young Lad.
I didn't want to jinx it or anything, but I had a feeling that he would be a fan.
So then you've got that opener, which is very, very nice, called The Backtrack, which that title, I love it because it kind of brings into the themes of the album circling around into itself at the very end of the song White Walls, when it gets kind of lighter. So you
it ends in piano, doesn't it, as well, the last song?
Loop. Yes, it does.
So it ends in piano and starts in piano, this album.
Yes, exactly. And what I find so great about that is this album's one of the album's driving themes is the idea of kind of using people below you to get where you are. Or like kind of on songs like Ants of the Sky.
Ants of the Sky fucking rips.
And I forget the other one. I think it's the one right after Foamborn Part B.
Formal Gluttony.
Informal Gluttony. Yes, another fantastic song, which builds on this theme of class divide and using the people below you to get where you are. And even then, that's not even the full scope of what this album is about, because it also addresses themes of not being able to go, like it addresses themes like crossing a Rubicon in your life in which you're unable to go back, like on the song Son of Nothing, which is this long song about a guy flying to the sun to commit suicide only to realize he values his life and he just wants to go back but is at a point of no return by the very end of the song, and there's these very uplifting melodic vocals to contrast this really dark tone singing the kind of, not really chorus, but I guess refrain of Son of Nothing. And this album's eclecticness in its sound doesn't even really end there, because this album is incredibly like self-serving and masturbatory, but that's so fun because they're just wearing their influences proud on their sleeves. Like, we are guys who like Pink Floyd, Metallica, Pantera, etc., and we want to show you that we can make music just as good as that.
Here's carnival metal.
Okay,
And
fuck you.
Then there's a fucking polka breakdown. And it's
God
what the fuck is
dopest
that?
right.
shit.
It's dope is what it is.
Cool.
It's so dope. This album just is able to seamlessly do these ridiculous ideas that should not work in progressive metal and metalcore, like throwing in these insane and like electronic noises to bridge parts of songs together. And yet it just adds to the flow. And then there's that one on the first song where it does this kind of rising noise.
It does that sort of like synth climb.
Yes.
Oh, I love that
so
shit
good.
about
Yeah,
this
that's
band.
exactly it. And I also feel that's kind of reflective of the album's name, Colors, because it kind of feels like this full rainbow of sounds, and yet it's so firmly confided into one genre. And yet it is able to just branch out and be what it wants to be, and I just really loved the balls on it. I loved the lead singer. His voice just has this great aggression to it that just wants to punch you in the face. Yeah. And funny story, I was listening to this, and my dad walked downstairs, and he doesn't like metalcore, so he just screamed, "Why?" imitating the lead singer. And that's an anecdote, but it's really a funny thing.
No better microcosm for the album's heaviness than that, honestly.
Shouting,
Just
"Why?"
confusing the shit out of your dad.
Yeah.
This is the epitome of like if like you were a concerned parent and you were in like if it obviously didn't come out then, but like a concerned 90s parent would hear this in their child's room, they'll just be like, "Are you smoking the drugs?"
Son, what that man on your tape has is a medical disorder.
I was just thinking of Hank Hill Cut.
But yeah,
what the hell are you listening to?
I guess
This doesn't sound very Christian of you.
if I do have one more song, two more songs, I'll just address White Walls, which is somehow, even after a 13-minute song, you have a 14-minute closer, and it's still just so epic. And it's a song about the band reflecting about being a metalcore band, and it's the most meta shit, and it's so cool. And I guess if anything, my issue is the song I kind of think is the worst, but not a bad song, is probably Prequel to Sequel, if only because at that point you've been bombarded with so much non-stop that it probably would have been a wiser choice to place the instrumental track of Iridian in between what is that song, the 13-minute one?
Answer the Sky?
Ants in the Sky. I said it earlier and I forgot it, but I kind of wish that was placed there, if only to make the record's flow just a tiny bit better.
Yeah, the thing is, I think the songs Informal Gluttony and Son of Nothing both end in quite pretty gentler passages or at least like less oppressive sounds. Whereas then you get Ants in the Sky and Prequel to the Sequel, which are much more balls to the wall for almost the entire song in both instances. Not the whole song. There are digressions, but yeah.
If I could comment on that as well, I think Ants of the Sky and Prequel to the Sequel are kind of, I almost think of them as like twin songs in a way. They're similar lengths, and I just think they complement each other super well, both in terms of progression and sort of thematic. What am I looking for here? Anyway, they go really well. Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
They go together very well, and I also think that Viridian is pretty much perfect where it is, just because like after that and into White Walls, it's just like
that transition into White Walls is so fucking sick. I just have to say.
The transitions on this album, like they did it to be one cohesive like song, right? That's the music concept of the album.
It's like a suite,
It all technically is one song. That's how they think of it.
One kind of cohesive, infinitely running song.
Yeah, and that's
progresses
fucking awesome.
Really fantastic ways, and I think I've probably said enough about it at this point.
But yeah, I just think that Viridian is so perfect where it is because so much of the album has been nothing but intensity, pretty much. And Viridian gives you that moment to breathe before you get into White Walls. And it's just like, yes, one more go. One more. Let's get it.
Final last wind. Yeah, it's like that's what struck me about like I have a bit of a storied history with this is because when I first listened to this, when Morgan first sent it to me, I was not the biggest fan. Like, I didn't not like it. I was just sort of like mostly ambivalent. I just sort of recognized that the musicianship was good, but it was just like...
I feel that.
It was such a busy and overpowering album that it felt like I was sort of lost in it. And I just like was waiting like, oh, geez, wow, this is a lot. And the album's very theatrical too. Like it's very like elevated. Actually, Morgan, didn't you say that at one point that the Between the Buried and Me guys used the Deer Hunter as a point of inspiration?
I don't.
Act 3, I think?
Maybe.
Very strange
what
movies
I will
to draw from.
What did he say? What happened?
What did you say?
Saoirse said a very strange movie to draw from.
Oh.
And I was just like, it was so funny because I was thinking about...
Story, Mark.
Get it?
What
like
a great
the film.
That's...
it was
like
so funny because you just said, "Oh yeah, the Deer Hunter Act 3." It reminds me of that, and like, it's if you didn't know any better, like everyone would think you were talking about.
Yeah, I meant I don't know what the act is subtitled, but the Act 3 of the Deer Hunters, like it's I think one of their more popular ones, and I believe that inspired them, especially on their most two recent albums, because you can really hear that they take after the Deer Hunter sound on like their very most recent album.
They definitely might have, but the most concrete thing that I can point to is they actually have a split EP together, and they've toured together.
Oh yeah.
And like they've covered each other's songs at separate points.
Yeah.
By the way,
very good.
Is it no surprise to hear that the lead singer from this band has collaborated with Devin Townsend?
Not in the fucking slightest.
He's on Deconstruction.
That's yep.
As is pretty much every prog metal musician.
Isn't Ackerfeld on it?
Yep, and so is the lead of Gojira.
Yeah, it's well. Anyway, digress. Yeah. I had a story like it was like a it was just sort of a middle of the road thing, and then I tried other entries in the Between the Buried and Me discography, and just none of them really clicked with me until the new albums came out. The
Automata.
Oh, what are they called? They're companion pieces too. Automata 1 and 2. Those are still my favorite records of the bands, and I think it's just because...
Just a brief asterisk. If you're going to listen to those albums, make a playlist and put them together.
Yeah.
I don't really know why they separated them because they are one album, but they should be listened to together. They're only an hour long total.
Yeah, and they just like... I feel like they got their sound down to a science at this point, and I guess Colors was just like, it was just a lot. It was really overwhelming, and like it's not like I didn't have experience with that music before. It's like I had spent the entire previous year binging fucking Opeth. Like, you know, I knew my way around that. It's just that I feel like Between the Buried and Me exists on a very, very far end on the spectrum of their own genre. Like, if you were trying to get into this type of music, I would not recommend them at all. But that being said, I tried it like a year later and still kind of thought the same thing. So I wanted to go into it this time around a little bit more open. And thankfully I did. Maybe it's just because I had listened to more music like it. Like, I had grown accustomed to their most recent 2 albums with the Automata duology. But I enjoyed this significantly more than I did originally. Even if I do have an okay list of problems with it, I feel like I just sort of met it at face value more. It was just like, there's something so compelling about the sound that they're going for, about how hard, about how aggressive, and about how just like pummeling it is. And maybe it was me getting into Strapping Young Lad, which is definitely a heavier band. I guess it just let me pick up on sort of more instrumental nuances, and I'm a fan of all art that just sort of throws everything at the wall to see what stick, and Between the Buried and Me are like a perfect combo of that. I think if I had to point out my biggest weakness of the album, it's that I really like the singer half the time. I feel like his growls got a lot better as the band's discography continued. Here, they still sound like his clean vocals are beautiful. They are great. Perfect prog metal kind of shit. Like, it made me think of Mikael Åkerfeldt. It made me think of Steven Wilson. It made me think of, like, it was, pitch perfect. His growls, on the other hand, like, I feel like they still just sort of haven't hit the point where they're gravelly enough, where they're like deep enough to sound like what they're really going for yet. Like, it still sounds a bit amateur, and I feel like maybe as the years go on, like, he maybe just got better at that. So there are times where it just sort of feels a bit silly, but even then, the silliness is in keeping with the album just because of how, like, ridiculous it gets. I mean, like, you could hear, like, the sound of, like, monkeys in a jungle at the end of one of the songs, and it's like, it's weird and Frank Zappa-y in bursts and occasions, but, like, the best point of comparison I thought of to just how cool it is like, my favorite track is probably Ants of the Sky. And that song sounds like if they, like, remastered the soundtrack to a boss fight in the old Final Fantasy games. Like, it sounds like Dancing Mad from Final Fantasy VI if, like, a symphonic metal band covered it, which is supremely my shit. And it's so cool. And I think the best compliment I can give this album is that it's an album that is, like, it has several, like, 10-minute long songs, and it's paced so well. Like, I am never bored while listening to this. That being said, on my first listen, I did not think that way. It all just sort of kind of went over my head, and I was like, this is kind of sounding all the same. I'm not being able to, like, you have to be a bit more of an acute listener. You got to devote a lot of your attention to it. But, like, even if some of the songs I feel like are a bit lopsided, some of them just sort of come and go and have segments that I feel like could have been more developed, segments that could have been a bit more full, and they just sort of move on through these like rapid fire sonic ideas. But overall, the experience is very satisfying, but in terms of their overall discography, it's very easy to see how they just sort of branched out after Colors and Alaska and, like, built upon their sound to something that sounds a bit more, like, identifiable. Like, this is a good core album for what to expect from them. I feel like it's a bit, like, still might need a little bit of trimming. I feel like it has some songs that are just substantially weaker than the others. I feel it's really, really well produced. But that being said, it can be a bit much at times. So if somebody didn't latch onto the album after the first listen or two, I get it. I was you. But I really enjoyed my time with it this time around, even if I have my issues. It's not, like, my favorite of theirs by any means, but I had a good time, and generally, as a guy who likes this genre of music and stuff that's adjacent to this, I can easily recommend it to people who like the same things.
Yeah. You know, I feel like if you're not accustomed to this kind of music at all, here you can't really say that you've heard the album if you've only heard it once.
Agree.
There's
completely.
No, I would
so
agree.
much to go over and digest, because I mean pretty much every moment of it is full to the brim with musical ideas, and it never really stops, even after, like, even when you get to Viridian, which is like a break, but it doesn't stop then.
No, the
Yeah,
energy
no.
is well maintained there. And I also love how they incorporate the electronic bit into their sound. Like, I just think that that's really cool about them. It always sounds amazing. Like, just consistently, whole discography, they're really good at that.
I would try. I know you listened to Coma Ecliptic and didn't really dig it, but I would recommend going back to that if you like their more electronic based sound.
This exercise 100% completely convinced me that I need to go back and listen to all of their albums just to get a more refined opinion on them, and I'm excited to do so.
Coma Ecliptic in particular is like, it's certainly not one of their more highly regarded albums, but I think it's one of their most rewarding, I would say.
I would like to know where would be a good place to go after this album?
I would go to after this. I would go to Alaska. Probably. Honestly, Alaska is probably
it's a very long way to travel, Morgan.
I'm just, Sergio, you and I have the same mind sometimes, because I was just about to say that exact thing.
Well, it's especially far for Tyler because he's on the farthest place away from that, I think.
It's very far. It's not the farthest. On the opposite side of the world to where I am, if you dig a hole right through the planet, you'll end up in Spain, weirdly enough. So there you go.
Yeah,
I heard that was on QI. I thought that was weird.
Well, at any rate,
it too.
Oh wow.
I would go to Alaska next, and then after that, I would probably go to my personal favorite, which is The Great Misdirect, which is the one right after.
I need to listen to that still.
That seems to have a passionate following, that record on Rate Your Music. It's one of their most highly regarded ones. Everyone in the comment section on that one saying it's super underrated, it's better than Colors, etc. Anyway,
I don't know if it's underrated at this point, but it is certainly one of, if not the best. Yeah, but at any rate.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go next then. I probably don't have as much to say anyway. I like this record a fair bit. I don't think I like it quite as much as, certainly not quite as much as Morgan does, but not quite as much as Jake or August either, but I still like it quite a bit. I've listened to it 3 times now, and it's first time I loved it. Second time it kind of fell off for me a bit, and then the third time it came back up again. So I don't know what would happen in the future with this record. It's weird. I will say I think that it is the performances on this album are incredible, like really, 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 really good, seasoned professionals, like really good performances. I will say that they have a thing where they'll do like solo after solo after solo, and then they'll obviously do like there's little digressions into different things as well in between them. And I do think that after a while the soloing starts to feel a bit repetitive and a bit noodly.
I agree.
And it's what else? I think that the band's segue into their digressions really, really, really well, and their transitions are really, really good. But the actual digressions themselves don't always do enough don't always feel like they fit, and not sometimes they do, but sometimes they very much don't. I want to call out the banjo-driven conclusion of Answer the Sky is one of the worst things I've heard in a long time.
I love that part.
I love that part.
I'm just going to interrupt Tyler. Just going to say, Tyler, I am overall middling on the album, right? But I fucking love that moment so much.
Okay.
So what we're saying is Tyler is a big old nerd.
Tyler,
don't like him anymore.
I'm sorry. It was really irritating because up until that point, Answer the Sky was the best song on the record, and then that happened, and I
made it so much better.
Yep.
It's like I read this on Rate Your Music. Someone described it as
I read this on Rate Your Music.
Yes, yeah, I know.
It was my episode. It was my turn last week. Now it's
Oh,
yours.
Fair enough.
that was
Someone
the best.
described it as I think like taking a shit on a birthday cake or something, and that's exactly what it sounds like to me as well. It doesn't work. But that's really the only time on the record where I'm like actively irritated. I love a lot of this album. I think my favorite. Oh no, hang on. My favorite song on the record. Sorry, my thoughts are really disjointed on this. Sorry, but I do have a lot of notes. I think that White Walls. Basically, the title of that song describes my room while I was listening to it.
Oh my!
Boom!
Gross.
I haven't heard any of their other records yet, obviously. But this song has the feel of a defining statement. For the band.
It definitely is.
No, yeah, for sure.
It's a song where all of their discouragence and experimentation and obtuse structuring pays off in dividends, I think. It's a thrilling, consistently engaging, multifaceted piece of progressive metal that stands as a shining example of the subgenre's possibilities. Lyrically, it's a contemplation of legacy with intriguing kind of meta aspects as the band ponder their own purpose and place in the metal world and in the music world more broadly. It's even though the record I think is maybe a little bit too sort of ambitious for its own good, or not ambitious necessarily, but a little too keenly determined to shove ideas into itself as than it needs to be. I really admire how deft the touch, how deft a touch the band bring to their stylistic weaving. Like it's very just well recorded. Like it sounds really, really good. And I have more details on some of the other tracks as well. I really like the I love the intro. I love the way that within a 2-minute span, the intro goes from this gorgeous piano ballad opening to a full throttle middle conclusion. It's a really sweeping, effective 2 minutes. And I love the way that it sort of goes straight into the kind of second track, which is obviously directly a continuation. I think The Decade of Statues is another fantastic, propulsive piece of condensed metal. 5 minutes of just energetic, thrilling, and almost symphonic music in a weird sense. It has that quality to it. I love that there's this really sludgy breakdown about 3 minutes into the song with a siren-y guitar just punctuating the mix, and then it sort of collapses into an elaborate solo that then switches really abruptly for like 10 seconds or so into this jazzy swing section that's really just comes out of nowhere. And that's one of the examples on the record of like just whiplash inducing shift that kind of works for me, because it doesn't take me out of the song, but whereas like it does with the banjo shit later on. But I like the way that it does that wee jazzy breakdown, and then it kind of melds back into the contorted metal sound again. The record very much has this quality where as soon as, before you can fully process the musical idea that the band are exploring, they've already shifted to a new one and then back again. So it's definitely, I agree that it's a record that you really need to be patient with. You need to you need to listen attentively, and you need to give it more than one listen at very least. I mean, I've only listened to it 3 times, like I said, and I'm sure that I'll still be discovering new things as I listen to it again. I love the direct, intangible storytelling aspect of Son of Nothing that August has already touched on. I love the way that the intensity of the performances on this track and the way that they develop also kind of complement the way that the story and the narrative develops as the song goes along. It adds a really enthralling quality to it. It makes it really kind of captivating, especially on that song. There's I can't remember it exactly how it sounds, but I've written it down. There's a la 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 breakdown in that song at some point. I'm not a fan of that, I will say. But I don't think it lasts for very long. And then there's the second half of the song has a kind of really gorgeous, sunny indie pop, sort of like, it reminded me of the band Air, I don't know if any of you've heard them, but the band Air was evoked in that Sunny sort of final section of Son of Nothing. Sunny, duh. And yeah, like as I've already said, like it's ending notwithstanding, the vast majority of Ants of the Sky is absolutely thrilling and just stunning metal. The great melodies in this track, the rhythm section as well is super tight, like all over this record as well, but I particularly noticed it here. The drumming is really, really, really great. Uniformly excellent. There's real thrashing in certain parts here as well. Like there's about 2-3 minutes in, there's really like a really batshit sort of insane playing that breaks down into a kind of really disgusting sick section. So you really feel the prog elements and that they're drawing from particularly strongly here, I think. But at the same time, this is also kind of the point in the album where the repetitive soloing in the same kind of electric guitar tone begins to become a little bit wearisome. That's really all. That's really all I have to say about that. I want to shout out.
Very easy to see why this album was Mike Portnoy's album of the year when it came out that year.
Yeah,
because it outdrums him.
I quite like the song Prequel to the Sequel, even if it feels like, in terms of the guitar work and sonic experimentation, it isn't furthering the record that much compared to the songs before it, but I still like it. It sounds really good. It has a breakdown, an accordion breakdown, about halfway through.
Yeah.
And it's, I already said this on Twitter, but the exact comparison for that is 2009 Modest Mouse. Like,
the exact comparison is 2001's A Space Odyssey, evidently.
Yeah.
What?
Like,
Yeah.
What?
What are you talking about?
What does that mean?
I'm tired. Okay.
I don't like the record. It doesn't reference Kurt Vonnegut enough.
Hey, just because I use him as a point of reference a lot.
There's no Pat the Bunny on this. I don't understand.
one other, I'll wrap up now.
That's a valid critique of my critique, so I'll take it.
We have gone full circle to destroying Saoirse. Tyler, yes, what are you talking about?
Go on.
I'll wrap up so that Saoirse can talk. One more thing I wanted to say is that I don't feel that the band, at least at this point in my relationship with them, I'm very, very interested in listening to more of their records, and I'm going to.
As you should.
But I don't feel they quite have the same level of charisma as something like, and I know this is probably not a great comparison, but just because we talked about them so much recently, they don't quite have the same charisma as like the Mars Volta, for example.
Yeah.
Who do a similar kind of wild flip-flopping, but they kind of have, they kind of pull it off through sheer bravura, whereas this band are very capable, talented players, but they don't quite have the charisma for me that just seals the deal like it does with Mars Volta. But maybe I will see more charisma from them as I listen to more of their music.
I think you'll like their most recent two records, Tyler. I'm really into those.
I generally like I like this record a lot. In fact, I would say that I love it. I just don't want to circle jerk too much because I do have a few reservations. But yeah, it's a very, very good record, and I'm very glad that I've spent time with it.
Yeah, I would say like the difference between the Mars Volta and Between the Buried and Me is like they're very much cut from the same musical cloth. It's like it's more that the Mars Volta is like free jazz, and Between the Buried and Me is like classical.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's actually, I kind of like that.
I do too. That's nice. So, Saoirse.
Hey, 2 out of 10, not enough folk punk.
What are your thoughts on?
I mean,
Batman?
like, I do like a lot of extreme music. Something I really look for in music is something that challenges my perceptions. Something I look for in art in general, I think. I always just start off by saying I like the album. I think it's good. Just for a point of comparison, one of the times I sat down to listen to it, I accidentally started playing a full album cover of the whole album.
Oh
someone
yeah,
did.
yeah, I've seen that on YouTube.
And I was listening to it like, I don't remember the album sounding this fucking awful.
Well, it's because of
Yeah. But the thing is, they are musically and sonically and just note by note, and in terms of the orchestration, identical. So it really speaks to the charisma of the players that the album is as good as it is, I think. I also think that this is a hard album to talk about on a song-by-song basis. I don't think it works on a song-by-song basis, because part of what I like about the album is the way in which the insanity slowly builds. And sort of in the latter half, it takes way more risks that I find so much more interesting. There were a couple of songs and moments really reminded me of songs that I really like that had been released in the previous 8 years by Muse at points.
Yeah.
Sort of like
I am disgusted.
Sort of Origin of Symmetry / Absolution era Muse, I think. There was a lot of that, and I fucking love Muse, so here we go. But overall,
Wait, hang on. Sorry, back up. So you're saying that this kind of is of a similar sound to Absolution?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying there are moments that are.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not where I was confused. Where I was confused is what era of Muse you were pointing to. I thought for a second.
I
thought for a second you were pointing to mid to late 2010s Muse. In which case, I was going to fly to your home. I thought you said in the last 7 or 8 years of Muse.
No. I said in the last 7 or 8 years before this album was released.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, just because I was.
Murder.
I thought about
I
it.
was thinking about if Muse could have been an influence, or if this would have influenced Muse. So I checked when the albums were released. So.
Okay.
And I would say that I like the album much more as 1 hour long song than I do individual songs for an album, because I love the gradual progression of it, but I think that it lets down the individual songs at the beginning to approach it as an album of songs. And I think you've already covered the ground really well as a group. I think ultimately though, metalcore stylings aren't something I really gravitate to, and I do like extreme music, and there are moments in albums released this year that take influence from metalcore that I adore to bits. And I would say that I do consider myself an attentive listener, so my lukewarm reaction to this I would not put down to that. I would just say that there are moments on this that do show me the appeal of that kind of sound, where I'm just I do feel like I'm being pummeled in the face, and I like it. I would say thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yeah, but there are not equally, way more moments where I'm just I don't give a single shit about this sound that it's giving me. And although there are highlights, there are moments on this album I love, I would say it is overall bloated, and I would say it is overall full of moments that just remind me of why I don't normally listen to this to kind of metalcore music, I think. And to spend an hour waiting for highlights is a real chore. But I think it is overall good. I think it does the genre a service overall. And I think that this is a band that appreciate and love the genre they're working in, but understand that they're aiming for something that is outside of that. I am a fan of genre in all forms of art, right? And I get really frustrated when people look at a genre thing and either say that it's bad because it's just a genre thing, or that it's good because it's secretly another genre that's better.
I hate that shit.
I look at this album and I'm, yeah. look at this album and I'm like, I don't want to say that it's more than a metalcore album because it's definitely a metalcore album, but I feel like these people love the genre of metalcore and love working in it, but they're also trying to do like a much bigger idea that is still a metalcore thing, and I respect that a lot, and I like that they're doing that. It's just not me.
Yeah, there's a term
But
for
it ain't me.
there's a term for what they're doing here. Actually, it's called progressive metal.
Hey, I like a lot of progressive metal records I've heard. I just don't like. Okay, so when I listened to the covers album of it,
which I sent in the group chat, I think. Can you confirm that that's the right one?
Let me have a look. I can see the group chat here. Let me have a look. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool.
I
thought so.
I was listening to those vocals and I couldn't get out of my head the image of someone deliberately choosing to affect that vocal style, and I couldn't take that seriously. When I listen to the actual album, I do take that seriously. I can see the appeal, and I like a lot of progressive metal that doesn't lean so heavily on it, but still uses it. There's just something about it that I don't quite jive with, and waiting an hour for the moments I like more is a chore. And I appreciate the more melodic moments feel better, feel more rewarding because of the heaviness of it. And there are moments of heaviness that I love, but there's a lot of stuff where I feel like there's just something that's not chiming with me, and I can't put my finger on it. But I also feel like it's deeply to do with why I don't really listen to this kind of music that much.
Covers album sounds like dog shit.
No, it does. I've heard.
I listened to like 30 seconds and was like, nah, nope.
No, I was under no impression that you would enjoy this album all that much, Saoirse. I thought,
yeah,
that's partially why I recommended it, just because I knew.
It's good. It's a good album.
I know it's just like completely not really your cup of tea. And that's kind of why.
And she would know her cups of tea.
Because we spill them on this podcast.
Oh!
Damn!
Damn!
But yeah.
I do think though that I also loved the more math metal and math rock influences on this album. I loved that so much.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm a sucker for whenever like metal bands get mathy. It's like
just pretty sexy, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I've seen a few math metal and math rock bands live at festivals, and it's always a like transcendent experience.
And Morgan saw Thank You Scientist live, didn't you?
I did.
But that was fucking wild.
That's where I got
but
the
like
shirt,
to be at like a music, to be at like a 10 tent or 5 to 10 tent music festival and just like wander into a tent and there's a math rock band playing that I had no idea was going to play there. It's just quite an experience that I would pay to have just once again.
Yeah.
If you ever checked out albums from this band, I'd actually recommend the most recent two just because of how like concise and tight they are.
Yeah, I would say that the most recent, the Automata duo, are their most accessible.
Yeah.
Listen to Yellow Eyes. That song rips.
If anything, just by stumbling across that covers album, I have a load of respect for the players because it is note to note functionally identical, but the actual album is way better just because of how they perform those notes.
Yeah.
And probably because of how they mix it as well, but also the performance is way more charismatic. But yeah, I feel like if I was to listen to more music like this, I would know better where I stand. And I think that there are probably albums in the genre I would like a lot more because they would hit not the notes I find better, but the notes I find more fascinating more often.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably albums by this band that you would like better, to be quite honest.
I'm very interested to see how this chat would respond, at least in total, to Strapping Young Lad.
I mean, I was sitting on for people watching this video, they saw me just like lying on my bed, relaxing, listening to you guys talk about this album. And my overriding thought somehow I managed to attach myself in the fact I have heard this album many, many times now. And I was just listening to like they're describing an amazing album that I am never going to listen to.
There's a
Yep.
couple
I
like
wonder
that.
what's
now you know.
what
Now you
that's
know
like.
how it felt to hear you guys talk about Phoebe Bridgers' record.
Right. There we go.
And
Or for Morgan and I to hear you talk about black dresses.
yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me
Right.
too, kind of to that extent
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
So does that eclipse what we all want to say about Colors by Between
Well-
the Buried and Me?
I haven't really said anything about it.
Oh yeah, you haven't.
Gosh.
Well,
You recommended it.
to that end, I will keep my thoughts brief because I think you all have done such a great job of expanding upon what I think. Yeah, it's no secret by now that I am, like, to this day, completely head over heels enraptured with this album. I think it's infinitely rewarding. Every time I listen to it, I get something new out of it. I think it's some of the most technically impressive music ever recorded. I like, especially as like a music nerd myself and a player myself, someone who's played in bands, especially of this sort of genre, I am completely in awe of it. And I feel like part of the reason that I love it so much is just that it's kind of not for everyone. Like, I love the fact that we can all, most of us can kind of share in really digging this, but I've always felt that this is kind of like, yeah, this is a metal band for me.
It's a niche.
It is, and it's a niche
cool.
that I am very, very fond of.
I respect that. I respect that a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, same.
This is, as a whole, Between the Buried and Me are one of my favorite bands, and this is probably my second favorite of theirs, which is saying a lot because they have 3 comfortable 10s for me. And yeah, I just think it's conceptually electric. It's musically it's like mind-blowing. And on a performance level, I can't think of much that I think is a much like better at all, really, off the top of my head, besides another Between the Buried and Me album.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're a fan of progressive music in any facet, particularly progressive metal, you kind of owe it to yourself to at least give this a try.
Yep.
I think it's sort of a seminal watershed moment in the genre, and so many people have been taking notes from it since the 13 years it's been out, and it's not at all hard to see why. Because I don't know, it felt like the culmination of everything that the genre had been up until that point in one album. You get like the theatricality of Dream Theater, the wizardry of Dream Theater. God,
Well, you get the aggressiveness and just overall like fucking insanity of something like Strapping Young Lad.
Yeah, and yeah, I fucked that up a little bit, but you get it's like as theatrical as Metropolis Part 2. It's as aggressive as City by Strapping Young Lad, and it's sort of as experimental as, like, I don't know, like a Frank Zappa album.
I was gonna say Apostrophe.
Yeah, it's just so much into one cohesive unit. And I am firmly in the camp that it is brilliant. And I need to stop giving 10s on this podcast.
I think this whole thing that we do of like reviewing like our favorite artists or our favorite albums and like getting other people's perspectives on it is quite valuable and cool.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. Well, let's go to ratings, and I'll just point out that Saoirse's phone died, so she's had to depart early.
Phone died.
So I will give her top 3 tracks, least fave, and rating on her behalf because she's passed them
Already?
on. Okay, so
She's
top.
passed on. She's dead
God rest
now.
her soul.
So she passed.
God rest her soul.
So her top 3 tracks are Son of Nothing, prequel to the sequel, and Viridian. And her least favorite track is reluctantly the intro track from the backtrack. And she gives the record a solid 6 out of 10.
Fair enough.
All right. That's honestly better than I expected.
Yeah.
Well, no fault there.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, cool. Really.
I might as well give my mine then,
go
since
ahead.
I'm talking already.
Yeah,
So my 3 favorite tracks are White Walls, Son of Nothing, and The Decade of Statues. And least favorite track is I don't really know. I guess probably Informal Gluttony. Although I didn't even get to talk about that song, but I really like it. I would say Viridian, but I generally try not to pick interlude tracks for best worst, because I don't know, I feel like it doesn't really speak to the record that much. But anyway, I like pretty much all of it. I just have a few, like I said, objections about certain sonic shifts, and parts of it are a bit stale. But yeah, overall I'll give this record a 7.5.
Word.
All right.
So if we're going by acronym, that's Jake left.
Well, I really dig the album, and my 3 favorite tracks are, in order, Ants of the Sky, Son of Nothing, and Informal Gluttony. My least favorite is God, I don't know, fucking. What's the second song?
Decade of Statues.
Decade of Statues.
It might be Decade of Statues, even though I don't dislike that song in the slightest. But yeah, my opinion's grown on it, and I am going to side with Tyler and give it a strong 7.5.
Boy,
Uniform Kings.
Yeah,
It
that
is.
means me.
Yeah.
So I will say my 3 favorite tracks are Son of Nothing, Ants in the Sky, and White Walls. All of the longest songs.
Yeah.
Yep.
This album's well paced.
And I will say my least favorite is probably prequel to the sequel, but still not by a whole lot. And I would give this album an 8.5 out of 10.
Cool.
Well, damn! August rated an album higher than me and Tyler.
That is the highest rating that August has given on the main show.
You are kidding me.
Yeah,
Really?
let's go.
Yeah, you have
Awesome.
given
What a
2
good
8s.
episode.
You've given 2 8s, but no 8.5 or higher yet.
Have we averaged our scores together of just what scores we give out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's get Morgan. I mean, we know what Morgan's going to give this record.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
3.5.
It's a 10. It's one of my favorite albums of all time. I didn't recommend it for my health. I recommended it because it's the GOAT. Favorite tracks are, in order, probably White Walls, Son of Nothing, and Ants of the Sky.
Yeah.
And just I will throw in a least favorite track, even if it is a track I do like quite a bit, but just for the sake of playing devil's advocate, I will say that Decade of Statues, by comparison to the rest of the album, is probably the most simple and kind of. I love it. I love how hard it goes, but it's sort of, I feel like it has the least to offer.
Yeah, no,
It's so funny because I think that's the best example of the record in a condensed format, but I get, I get what you're saying.
Well, it's also easily the most concise, so I completely understand your perspective as well.
Oh yeah.
But anyway,
what Morgan is saying is that they don't miss.
They don't.
Yeah.
Literally never.
All right. Well, this has been a long episode, but since Saoirse is not here to introduce her recommended record, which is the one we're going to be discussing next week, I'll introduce that on her behalf as well.
That we haven't spoiled it.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's right.
So,
inadvertently.
The Cliff Lamb's Tally Yeehaw.
So the I
What
get
is
you, sorry.
that? Is that real? Did you make that up?
I did.
My favorite show by David Lunch, Twin Spires.
Dual
Spires.
Dual
Double mountaintops.
pinnacles. Dual pinnacles.
Starring Gail Snooper, an ace detective from Washington
Well, now we're just
State.
describing Deadly Premonition.
I was gonna say that.
We just cut that.
Okay,
Cut that
so
whole thing.
No.
Ever.
our recommended listening record club record for next weekend is the Mountain Goats Tallahassee. So if you haven't heard that record,
That album probably sucks.
It's a beloved record, so it shouldn't really be like take much pushing to check it out if you haven't, because it's a great album that is beloved by many people, deservedly so. And we're going to talk about what makes it so great next weekend. We are also going to discuss 2 new releases next week, which are Haim's new record, Women in Music Part 3, and Lamb of God's new self-titled record as well. So we'll have a nice variety in next week's episode.
2 genders. I, again, formally apologize.
Don't. Please. Never.
I identify as John Darnielle.